Good morning. The faces of the missing teenagers feared dead after the Swiss bar blaze have emerged.
Amongst them is 15-year-old student Charlotte Nidham, who was educated in a British private school.
While the youngest, still unaccounted for, are 14 and 15-year-old sisters Alicia and Diana Gonsert.
The ski bar owners insist that no safety rules were broken. So far, at least 47 people are dead, 119 injured.
Also this morning, Iran opens fire on anti-regime protesters, despite President Trump's warning that Washington is locked and loaded and ready to intervene.
After a charity volunteer of 14 years was blacklisted for flagging spelling errors on the organisation's website, we'll be debating, has society stopped caring about things like punctuation and spelling and grammar?
Brighton's iconic Palace Pier has gone up for sale. We don't know how much for. The owners are blaming tumbling profits and increased running costs.
And it's Sunshine Saturday, did you know? Because it's the busiest day of the year for booking your next holiday. We'll update you on some of the best getaway deals out there.
A very good morning. The eyes of the sporting world will be fixed on London's Ali Pali tonight as teenager Luke Littler looks to retain his PDC world title when he takes on 23-year-old Dutchman Gian van Veen. Both men powered through their semi-finals yesterday. They will contest the final for the prize of £1 million.
Lots of crisp sunshine to be had this weekend, but it is going to be bitterly cold with a northerly wind bringing plenty of snow showers and areas exposed to that. Stick around to find out what the weather's looking like where you are.
It's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ann Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast. And a Happy New Year.
Yes,
Happy
indeed.
New Year.
I'm surprised at the Brighton Pier thing.
Me too.
Because if you're trying to sell Brighton Pier, why would you say, oh, well, the profits are tumbling and the costs are really going up?
Yes.
Because who's going to want to buy
It's not
it?
good salesmanship, that somehow, is it?
It's not, is it? You've got to talk it up if you want to sell it.
It's historic. Well, we'll be learning about the history much later on in the programme because it's iconic. Brighton
Quite run
Pier.
down. I went there recently.
Yeah. Stop piling it on. You're trying to get it cheap, are you?
Yeah, maybe.
I wonder if it would be worthwhile as a venue. I would have thought it would, because Brighton is Brighton. It's different from a lot of places.
Yeah, it was around this time of year in about 2002 when the other one collapsed. Do you remember? It was a fire.
Yeah.
And there's still the remnants of it. It's almost become like a local attraction.
But when you think any pier built out into the sea like that is going to... The upkeep of it, the maintenance of it would be
enormous.
horrendous. Just keeping it from the weather and everything.
Yeah.
And talk about weather. The weather is... did you have snow? I've got snow where I am. Have you got snow?
No, we haven't got snow. We had snow yesterday. Not today. It was just ice. I had to put the car in ice mode.
Ooh, is there an ice mode?
There's an ice mode.
What does that do?
I think it puts the four-wheel drive on.
Oh, I see.
Which probably uses more petrol. It feels more sturdy. But it's not worth it, is it? I'm not prepared to have an accident on the way into work.
Absolutely.
You never know what you...
I got my woolly cardi on today, so that's nice.
Oh, very good.
So
No,
cold
I like
outside.
a woolly cardi. Is it a woolly waistcoat?
Yes, it is.
And I like
Well, no, it's long sleeved.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Under a suit jacket? Yeah. Well, you will be warm.
Have a nice... I mean, I haven't seen any of you for ages and ages.
About 4 months.
No, it wasn't, actually. It was 1 month, which I wasn't expecting.
No.
I made such a fuss about wanting some time off. In the end, I got a lot.
A lot more than you wanted?
Yes.
Oh, it's fine. Don't argue with it.
Excuse me, I was out in Cyprus, where the weather was considerably nicer than it is here at the moment. Very, very short days. Sunrise at about 7:45. Sunset at about 4.
Oh,
but when the sun was out in those few hours, it was beautiful.
Well, you'll be in for a shock then with this because it is really, really cold now. It's got that bitter feeling.
It really has, isn't it? I'm sorry about that. But today is Sunshine Saturday, so you can start thinking of where you'll go this coming year.
Yes. Apparently today's the day to do the book.
And I just wonder if anyone's ever thinking of what I'm thinking of now, which is... Because Christmas was quite stressful, because I had the whole family out in Cyprus. And driving everybody around, and I've had enough mezze to keep me going for at least another year, because every time we went out to a restaurant, everybody said, "Oh, let's have mezze, let's have mezze."
Mezze?
It's the Cypriot version of, everything.
Mezze.
Mezze, yeah. It's everything, you know. It's
Like
very,
sort of tapasy sort of
it's
stuff.
exactly that, yeah.
Pita bread.
It keeps on coming. When you think you've quite had enough, there's more and more and more, which is very good for a family of boys, but young men. But I've had enough for the moment. So I was just thinking, where shall I go next Christmas that gets me right out of the madding crowd? Yeah, where nobody can come and get me.
Yes, don't know. Have a ponder.
Yeah, where would you go? Have you thought? I was thinking, would it be a cruise? I don't know where you'd go.
Oh, that'd be nice. You should be looked after.
Yeah, looked after, and nobody can get at you.
Yeah.
On a cruise.
True.
So anyway, if you've had a
thought.
different sort of Christmas, or you're planning a different Christmas, do tell us why. Get in touch.
Now, it is going to be an extraordinary year in British politics this year because Reform and the Greens are up in the polls. So could Nigel Farage and Zach Polanski actually hold on to the gains they've made?
Yes, as Sir Keir Starmer, remember him, he's the Prime Minister, he attempts to draw young families back to Labour through better measures on energy bills and interest rates. Could he survive another year?
I mean, it's extraordinary. We're having to ask the question, really. Let's talk to Times Radio political editor Anna Mihalova, who's here. Good to see you this morning. It has been an extraordinary 18 months, nearly, of a Labour government, and it's going to be an extraordinary year because even if some are postponed, we've still got some local elections coming up. Nigel Farage says he's throwing the piggy bank at it, and it's looking like it could be a disaster for everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, May's going to be a huge point, and the crucial bit is you've got elections in not only local elections around England, but Wales and Scotland are going to be the two big ones. So if Labour loses Wales, if Labour does very badly in Scotland, then you could be looking at an extremely painful night for the Prime Minister. So, yeah, we're starting a year. I mean, it looks set to be an extraordinary year in politics, just as you said. The fortunes of both leaders of the two traditionally main political parties are in doubt. So we don't know if Keir Starmer is going to be leading the Labour Party by the end of the year. We don't know if Kemi Badenoch's going to be leading the Tories by the end of the year.
At least she has had a bit of a resurgence. I mean, her performance has improved. It's whether that starts showing any changes in the polls, I guess.
That's right. And I think, I mean, what Conservative MPs are very hopefully pointing to is that she does seem to be getting a bit more cut through her confident PMQ's performances, but ultimately PMQ is just a Westminster thing and very few people watch it. So in the polls, she's still pretty unpopular like everyone else, and crucially the Conservatives are still tanking behind. So if she has a very bad May result, which she is set to, then you could see MPs getting nervous. Conservative MPs are famous for being nervous and twitchy. And as well as that, even if she stays, the amount of losses she's expected to see over, because, you know, so far Reform has been doing extremely well in every single by-election that's come up, in every single council election that's come up. So if that continues and continues into the May elections, then Kemi Badenoch not only has a big threat to her leadership, as does Keir Starmer, she also will lose a lot of the people on the ground who actually could campaign for her. So if the Conservatives lose more councillors, then you're not going to have those people who can deliver leaflets, who can go out, doorstep, door knock. So again, it's a big reshaping of the political landscape, an utter change, both with Reform but also the Greens. It's really important to point out that if Zach Polanski manages to get that infrastructure himself on the ground, then he could be in a very good position for the general election as well.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a depression setting in, couldn't there, on any of the parties if they don't do well in these elections, because it'll be the first time in quite a while that we've been able to take the temperature of the nation just by local elections.
That's it. And so the hope in number 10 is that you manage to see two things happen this year. One is the economy start to improve, so people see lower inflation, they see a slightly better, a bit more money at the end of their paycheck. And then the other thing is that waiting lists in the NHS actually come down. So that is what they're banking on. I think the difficulty with both of those things is it takes a really long time for, even if inflation does fall, that's just an economic measure. You know, prices have gone up so much, bills have gone up and food prices have gone up, that people are still reeling from that every single month.
Yeah, even if inflation comes down to target levels, it still means prices are going up just less slowly.
Exactly, it's not deflation, they're not falling.
Yeah. In terms of the Lib Dems in all of this, what are we to make of... I mean, the Lib Dems are traditionally very good at local elections. You know, they're good local campaigners. And yet they don't get they're not getting the national cut-through. I don't quite know what to make of Ed Davey. He makes some very strong points, being sort of very anti-Trump and things at the moment. I don't know if that really cuts through with the mood of the nation particularly.
Well, I think Ed Davey's pitch is very much similar to what happened in the last election, where the Lib Dems have learnt their lesson of the past of trying to target too many seats. And their main goal at the moment is to hang on to the ones they've got, in particular those seats that they got off the Tories. So in the South and the South East, seats that previously had been Conservative heartlands, I think a lot of that plan is to keep going there, and that's why there in seats like that, the Trump his Trump position does cut through. But you're right to say that it means that they're not that ambitious. And also, if you notice, the Lib Dems haven't really been criticising the government, so that opens up a possibility of, are they, you know, is a sort of pact on the cards down the line? Are they certainly you know, keeping the door open for it? I think that's what's going on. But it is very interesting that even though they've got so many more seats, they're getting so much less cut through than Nigel Farage and Reform.
It's interesting because there's a piece in today's Times saying that most 12-year-olds don't actually realise that they will be able to vote in the next general election.
I think most people don't realise that 12-year-olds are going to vote.
Most 12-year-olds now will be able to vote in the next general election. And then they did a survey, quite a big survey, of youngsters that age, and they find that they do have political views over certain issues, but the most highly visible figure to them was Nigel Farage. Very few could name the Prime Minister or identify Sir Keir Starmer from his picture, and some thought that Rishi Sunak was still in charge.
Well, there we are. I think that teachers have their job cut out for them as well this year, then.
Yes, exactly. There's a lot of educating to be done, isn't there?
Was Nigel Farage, was he recognisable, but in a positive or negative way, does it say?
Well, the Reform have done very well on TikTok or on social media, so that, in that sense, they've got cut through to young people much more than traditional politicians.
The person in charge of the focus group said, "We spoke to pupils who could decode the politics of a flag, recognise Nigel Farage instantly and talk confidently about issues like immigration, crime and fairness, but many couldn't name the Prime Minister or explain how Parliament worked."
I have real concerns about 16-year-olds getting the vote.
Well, when you put it in the context that they're 12 at the moment, that does seem a bit extraordinary, doesn't it?
It does. All right, Anna, we'll speak to you a little bit later on, but for now, thank you.
Now, it's 13 minutes past 6 already, and to the terrible story, which is just a dreadful, dreadful start to a new year. It would be dreadful anyway, wouldn't it? Officials looking into the fire at the Swiss bar on New Year's Eve that injured 119 people and killed 40 say the evidence suggests that what was to blame were those sparklers in the champagne bottles.
Well, investigators say everything suggests the fire started from the sort of candles, if you like, burning candles that had been attached to champagne bottles that went too close to the ceiling.
Well, they were within just inches of the ceiling by some of the videos. Meanwhile, a student who actually did study in England, so people here will know her, has been declared missing. She's 15-year-old Charlotte Nidham. She holds French and Israeli citizenship, briefly attended the JFS School in London and Emmanuel College in Hertfordshire.
Let's get the very latest now from Crans, Montana, and the journalist Sam Hudson. Sam, we've got him.
We'll find him.
Oh, there he is. Sam, good morning to you.
Hello.
What is the latest you can tell us? I know there's a lot of concern about missing, very young missing people, some just 14, 15 years old.
So I'm in Crans, Montana. I spoke to survivors yesterday of the blaze, and they just painted an absolutely horrendous picture. Most were between 16 and 18. I spoke to one boy who ended up being 15, So very, very young victims of this just absolutely horrendous incident. When I spoke to the survivors, they spoke of missing friends. They spoke of just absolutely horrendous scenes, seeing friends on fire. It was just horrendous. In terms of the cause of the blaze, things have become more clear over the past 24 hours. More footage on social media has established the fact it was these sprinklers or sparklers rather that set this sort of noise isolating foam on the ceiling of the bar on fire. Speaking to one of the survivors, he showed me video taken before the fire of the barmaids and piggybacking some of the bartenders with the champagne bottles and the sparklers on them, and you could see how close they were to the ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, everybody is commenting at the moment, and of course we don't know what the Swiss regulations are and whether the bar completely conformed to them, although the owners are saying they did. But it's just common sense, sort of, when you look at those pictures, common sense tells you that shouldn't have happened. Foam on the ceiling and fire or fireworks incredibly near the ceiling in a basement bar with only one form of egress. It's just beggars belief, doesn't it? I think that's where we're all suffering from a sort of collective shock, aren't we, that this could happen?
Yes, absolutely. And even if I think the question at the minute isn't necessarily whether the bar flouted particular regulations, but the regulations themselves. I spoke to a man who managed a club in Geneva yesterday, and he said in Switzerland the regulations, the difference in fire regulations between clubs and bars are really quite substantial. Many of the people I've spoken to say Le Constellation was licensed as a bar rather than a club, but there are particular evenings where bars in Switzerland, including New Year, can operate as clubs. Speaking to survivors, they mentioned the lack of fire extinguishers in the club. People just couldn't find fire extinguishers and attempted putting, as we've seen on social media, attempted to put the fire out using T-shirts. Others spoke of fire exits being blocked and only being able to get out using this very narrow set of stairs. In fact, some people who weren't at the club in the evening but had been there in the past mentioned to me that they'd actually slipped on these stairs when they'd been to the club previously. So I think unfortunately it's a case of the regulations not being up to scratch.
Well, we'll learn in the coming weeks and months, I'm sure, but it's absolutely terrible, isn't it? And as I said, everybody seems to be in shock that it could have ever happened. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Right, at 19 minutes past 6, let's have a look at the weather.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm here with your GB News weather update, coming to you from the Met Office. As we go through this weekend, we're going to stick with that cold northerly wind. That's actually going to lead to even colder air pushing in across us. And in areas exposed to that northerly wind, we're going to continue to see plenty of showers, and these are readily falling as snow, particularly across northern parts of Scotland. Significant accumulations here and some blowing snow, an extra hazard, but also snow showers through today across parts of Northern Ireland, Western Wales, South West England, and also a fair few clipping into some eastern parts of England too. Away from the showers, so more inland areas, a lot of dry sunny weather to be had, but that cold air does mean temperatures well below average for the time of year, feeling bitterly cold indeed. Sticking with more showers as we go through into this evening across the northern half of Scotland, we're going to continue to see those snow totals building up 30-40 centimetres perhaps over the highest routes. Some difficult driving conditions as well, because ice will be a problem not only across northern Scotland, also across parts of Northern Ireland too. Drier for southern Scotland, much of England and Wales, just those western and eastern fringes still seeing a few showers. And where we get those showers, even if you haven't seen much snow, we could see some wet surfaces, so some icy patches a problem as well as we go through into tomorrow morning. Drier areas having a lot of clear skies through the night. As a result, temperatures plummeting. We're going to see many places falling several degrees below freezing. A harsh frost for most of us through Sunday morning. A very cold start to the day indeed, but again it is going to be another bright, often sunny start for most places. Worth noting the winds change direction ever so slightly, still generally coming from that cold northerly direction, but they back just a little bit. As a result, we're going to see fewer showers down the eastern side of the country as we go through tomorrow compared to today, and a few more feeding a bit further inland across parts of Wales and maybe southwest England, and some of them could be wintry. Again, temperatures on the low side, feeling crisp but cold.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Now, you'll wonder why, given that it's dark and cold and in some areas very snowy. It is called Sunshine Saturday today, and it's because it's the busiest day of the year for holiday bookings. We'll update you on some of the best getaway deals out there at the moment.
Bold.
They are under no illusion.
Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique.
And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You have the power then.
Yeah, as I
And
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
It's 6:25 and the weather here is miserable and cold and
Very
horrible.
cold and snowy and not very... and icy, which is even worse if you're driving.
Yeah. However, things are possibly looking better if you're in Benidorm, like travel journalist Simon Calder.
Oh, that's where he is.
Good morning to you.
Good
Well, I mean,
morning,
it's still very
Simon.
dark there, Simon. I mean, it is Sunshine Saturday. We're all booking our holidays today, apparently. Is Benidorm going to be top of a lot of people's lists?
Oh, I think it probably will. I've been having such a fantastic time. I got out here on a New Year special, £25 it cost me to fly out here from Gatwick. Lots of GB News viewers out here, actually, which is encouraging, and good morning to them.
Good morning.
But the great thing is that this is a terrific time to head just a little bit south. It's a beautiful warm morning, certainly compared with where you are, and it's only going to get better as the day goes on. So a good time, of course, to start planning your trip for 2026. And of course, we're all, it's just human nature, looking forward to something. We've got to have something to be focused on. And that's why the travel industry has long realized that actually the first Saturday after New Year is a really good one, because you're going to get lots of people who are just thinking, oh, come on, let's head to the travel agents and organise some kind of getaway so that we got something that we can look forward to and dream of those sunny days on the beach, or indeed that great city escape. Whatever it is, people want to be able to anticipate.
No, it's interesting that you say get to the travel agents, because they're coming back in, aren't they? And people used to, until now, trust themselves to go online. But after a few scares, they're beginning to trust travel agents again. So what are the travel agents going to be pushing this year? Where's the big place to go? Where's guaranteed sunshine?
Well, it's really interesting to see some of the surveys, and apparently Gozo, the sister island of Malta, is going to be extremely popular this summer, but that's just based on what people have been asking about. There aren't actually, it's a beautiful island. I don't know if you've been there. It's kind of like Malta used to be about 100 years ago. But the thing is, you are the deals are very straightforward. If you go to your travel agent, if you have a look online, you will see that all the big holiday companies are saying, here's your chance to save money. And it might be £100, £200, £500 even. And quite often, if you're booking online, tap in a code like sale or big sale or New Year or something. And all of that hopefully will become apparent. But the advantage of going through a travel agent is, first of all, they've got a great view of everything that's available. They can tell you if it is actually a good deal, or in fact, if you wait a bit, whether that might be better. Certainly, I'm going to say, if you are constrained to the school holidays, then this is generally a good time to book. You will get those free trial places. They do exist. But every holiday company knows what it wants to sell its prime July and August holidays for. If you don't have to travel during the school terms, particularly, and that's what I've found from a lot of viewers here, then you're just going to be able to get a good bargain. And I think that's particularly the case if you're looking, for instance, last couple of weeks of June. Beautiful time to be pretty much anywhere in the Med. And the thing is, the World Cup's on. And history tells us that quite a lot of people actually like to sort of stay at home so they can go to the pub with their mates rather than to go on holiday. So I'm looking at booking something for the peak summer. But apart from that, I'm going to just wait and see what happens.
Are people still booking for, a week, 10 days or a fortnight? Are more people going on these? Because, like your flight there, Simon, 25 quid. Are people just heading out for a few days?
Yes. There's the great thing is, and such an interesting question, Stephen, thank you for it. If you go back maybe 30 years before the no-frills revolution had really sort of taken off, then the holiday companies just said, right, you're going for a week, 2 weeks. Sometimes they might let you go for 10 or 11 days. But now, of course, as travellers, we can pick flights pretty much any day of the week. And the big sensible holiday companies like Jet2, TUI, EasyJet Holidays, they're saying, yeah, well, we've got to reflect that demand. And if somebody just wants to go for 3 days, that's absolutely fine. Go for 3 days, go for 3 weeks. We'll look after you. And that flexibility has definitely come back. But what it's come back with is also the strong protection that you get if you book a proper package holiday. I'll give you an example. I was talking to people yesterday. They were booked on the flight from Southampton to Alicante. I flew out from Gatwick to Alicante. My flight was okay. Theirs was cancelled. Now, if you booked everything yourself, and you found some accommodation online and car rental, and you couldn't get there yesterday because the flight was cancelled, well, you're going to lose that money. But if you've booked a package holiday, it suddenly all becomes the company's problem. They have to look after you, get you where you need to be. And if you lose a day of your holiday, they've got to give you a partial refund. So plenty of good reasons for getting a package holiday. And I'm very much in favour of booking a package holiday through an actual travel agent.
And do you think that, given it's Sunshine Saturday today and we're all meant to be thinking about it, do you think you get a better deal if you book early? We've just had a message from Claire Gibson. Morning, Claire. She says, I'm all booked for Lanzarote. It's all in the early planning. Is it?
Yeah, look, it depends. Honestly, it just depends about school holidays. It's as simple as that. You are going to get some good deals at the moment because the holiday companies know that we are desperate to have something to anticipate, but they also know that it's very competitive out there. So if you are tied to a specific set of dates when you've got to travel and you know where you want to go and you've maybe even got a particular hotel in Lanzarote in mind, then great, yeah, go ahead and book now. If you're more flexible and you're thinking, well, actually, price is important to me. And yeah, for instance, I'd love to go to a Greek island, but I'm not that fussed about which one I go to. Then nearer the time, there will be some good value deals. Interesting to see that Advantage Travel Partnership says that the value of bookings are up about 6% this year. So that's above inflation. We're spending more on travel. But I think that's perhaps going back to COVID. Oh, my goodness. People realised that experiences were more important than possessions. They really missed the opportunity to travel. And so, we've just decided to devote more of our scarce resources to getting away.
Yeah, don't blame people either. Simon, have a lovely time out there in Benidorm. Good to see you.
It's lovely, Benidorm. Fantastic beach. And the water's so warm. I don't know whether it would be at the moment, but, well, warmer than most places.
Worth a dabble.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, look, if you're dreaming of good and glorious things, how about the Great British Giveaway? You could win £85,000 tax-free. This is how you take part.
It's a brand new year and we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize to date. £85,000 in tax-free cash to make your new year the best yet. And we've come to the Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. Imagine what the coming year could look like for you with a whopping £85,000 in the bank. You can have the complete Lapland experience all in one place by visiting the Northern Lights Village, or just safe in the knowledge that this year is on us. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Well, good luck with that one. Could be brilliant, couldn't it? What a way to start 2026.
Yes, very nice. Right, still to come for you. Luke Littler has sailed into tonight's final at the World Dart Championship, but can he defend his title? We'll get the latest from Aidan McGee in a moment.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m. only on GB News.
Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg's State of the Nation. Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
What I've discovered is that a comet that was observed by the Chinese in 5 BC, I put together the information from their observation to come up with an orbit that would take this particular comet very, very close to the Earth. And as it passed the Earth, probably about the distance to the moon, a position on the rotating Earth would have seen the comet pause for a period of hours over a location. We have the same thing now with the geosynchronous satellite. If you stand at the equator, there are geosynchronous satellites that stay over your head 24/7. This comet was so close to the Earth that it would have had the brightness of like a first quarter or full moon. So it would have been clearly visible in the daylight.
So it would have been easier for them to follow. And how quickly would they have had to have travelled? Could they have travelled fast enough to keep up with it?
Well, it would have been a direction. So it turns out it takes 2 or 3 hours to walk from Jerusalem to Bethlehem. It's a relatively short distance. And that's the period of time where it behaved like this for those few hours. So there was the time available. Now, of course, their trip from the east, it would have taken many weeks. And the Chinese said the comet was visible in the constellation Capricorn for more than 70 days. And it's that appearance in one constellation for an extended period. Pilots know this. If you see an object in the sky while you're flying a plane and it's not moving left, right, or up, down, it's actually on a collision course, or nearly so, with you. So the comet was heading more or less directly towards the Earth until, at least in my theory, they arrived in Jerusalem and walked that distance from Jerusalem to Bethlehem.
GB News, the People's Channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock, only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Right, 6:38. A very good morning to you and a happy new year. It's time to go through all the latest sports news, and Aidan's here, and Luke Littler could be having a very good 2026.
Well, he had a brilliant 2024 and 2025, so why not? He's in his third final in a row. We saw some great narrative last night because the Daily Star has declared today that Britain has gone darts crazy. Well, 6 million people watched the final last year, and it's set to be around about 7 million this year. And while we're talking millions, it's going to be £1 million for the winner tonight if Luke Littler can win it. But also, don't forget, it's his Dutch competitor Jan van Veen. He is the Dutch #1. Now that made it sound...
He's only about 20 himself.
23. He's an aviation expert. And he looks like a bit of a boffin, actually. He's got his specs on. He's quite tall for a darts player as well.
He's an aviation expert.
Yes.
And he's also a champion at darts. I thought to be a champion at darts, you have to spend about 5 or 6 hours every day.
Yes, you do.
Practicing.
You do, but he's actually given up his main job. He has a job quite near Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, which is the main airport in the country, as you know. But yeah, as I say, 23 years old, and he performed so well last night. I mean, he was against the crowd. Gary Anderson, who's known as the Flying Scotsman, he beat him 6-3, but the crowd really wanted the veteran to win. He's been playing for about 3 decades now. He's been playing, and so there were times when he had chances to win through, but Jan van Veen, for those people who are wondering whether
that's we're showing
yes,
them.
That's right. Yeah, for those who are wondering whether he could see it through at the really key points in a key match with a lot of pressure on. There were no doubts last night. He averaged 103, which is really impressive. And going into tonight, I think if there's one player in the draw, apart from Luke Humphries, who went out earlier in the tournament, who could potentially give Luke Littler some trouble tonight, it would be this man.
Have they played each other before?
Yes, they played at Luke Littler spoke about it, actually. I'll tell you what, we're going to hear from him now because he covers that very point.
Yeah, obviously Gian's been coming through the ranks, obviously I think a year before me on the tour. Obviously I know him very well off the development tour. We've met a few times on the pro tour. Obviously I got the win over him in Minard for my first PDC World Youth. I've got every right to think I can, but I never ever say I'm going to win it. Never ever. I never say I'm going to win this and that. We'll just see how the darts go, because one day it's different and the other's not. But yeah, hopefully I can, good night to rest and we can come back tomorrow.
Oh, he's a good lad.
He is. Good night's rest.
I know. His parents are big GB News viewers, you know.
Oh,
yeah?
They are indeed.
Brilliant.
They are indeed. But brilliant for him. Look, I think he'll win it. He's the odds-on favourite. And don't forget, he's not 19 until the 22nd of January.
Wow.
It's extraordinary. So he could be a double back-to-back world champion tonight. But you know what? The pressure is off Van Veen, and I think, if he's got a chance, it could be tonight. He's done so well over the last couple of weeks. It's been a hugely successful tournament as well for the...
is it on the telly anywhere?
It is, yeah, 8:15 tonight.
And it's at the Ali Pali?
At the Ali Pali, yeah. And tickets for the actual event, you can't get them for love nor money.
Oh,
you really can't.
You can't.
That wasn't the case 10 years ago, I can tell
No,
you.
I know. You were talking the other day about one day it's going to be a stadium sport.
That's a question for Barry Hearn, I think. I'll try and get him on tomorrow.
Yeah. All right, Aidan, thank you very much indeed. See you later.
Still to come, have Brits gone part-time? Well, they're working apparently less or fewer hours than they did at the turn of the century, but by how much?
We'll find out with Charlie Rowley and Scarlett Maguire in a moment. First, so if you fancy heading to Europe, here's the forecast.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries, all sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
The weather across the southern parts of Europe may not be as cold as it is here at the moment, but it is looking pretty unsettled. There's some heavy thundery rain pushing across parts of Madeira, the Canary Islands and into southern parts of Portugal and Spain as well. Also further outbreaks of rain further east, heavy rain and hill snow spreading across many parts of the Balkans, causing some impacts here. More changeable weather to come as we go through the next few days and into the beginning of next week. I'll see you later.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience, because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk now? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up? About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
6:46, time for the papers with former Labour advisor Scarlett Maguire and former Tory advisor Charlie Rowley. Morning, you two.
Morning, and Happy New Year to you both.
Yes.
Morning.
Happy New Year. Let's have a look, Scarlett, at the Express, should we? Getting a grip on the social care crisis. We've been talking about social care crisis for decades.
Decades, and nobody has done anything, right?
No.
I mean, it is just appalling. And the social care crisis is terrible for two reasons. I mean, one is that actually we're not dealing with people who don't need to be in hospital but do need to be looked after properly at their homes. And I mean, I was listening on the radio to somebody where they were just talking about what a difference it makes when people come round to you. And the other thing is of course, is if you can't get people out of hospital because they can't organise a social care package, that's blocking beds. I mean, hospital beds cost a fortune. So Louise Casey, a year ago, Baroness Louise Casey, who is sort of basically, for both Tory and Labour governments, is the troubleshooter who's supposed to sort out everything, has set up a commission and is supposed to be meeting about it. Now, the Lib Dems say there's only one meeting. Actually, what they mean is there was only one cross-party meeting. She's had a lot more meetings. She's met with a lot of people. But as the head of Age Concern says, nothing was supposed to happen until 28, and there should be an interim report. But it's about money. I mean, it's about stopping saying it's all got to be about acute care and saying that this really matters.
How do we tackle it, Charlie?
Well, a huge overhaul is required, and I know that will not be what everybody wants to hear because they'll think, oh, I get another reorganisation in the NHS, but it has to be linked. Social care for too long, I think, has just been put to one side as if it's not a fundamental part of the NHS.
Well, it becomes invisible, doesn't it? When you close down certain care homes and you say care in the community, it then becomes invisible, and it's much easier to ignore, isn't it?
And there are thousands and thousands of people, of unpaid carers looking after you. I mean, luckily, you know, my family were well enough off that we actually brought somebody into my parents' house to look after them. But there was no, I mean, they had dementia. There was no way that they could look after themselves.
Well, that's I mean, there's an advert out at the minute that it just absolutely breaks my heart whenever you see it. And it is a patient who starts off by saying, I need your help because in a few years' time, I won't be able to remember how to button up my shirt. I won't be able to do business. You know, because of Alzheimer's and dementia, which is the biggest killer, by the way, in the elder population. And we talk about things like cancer and heart conditions and all the rest of it, but it is dementia, and that is the idea. You know, and I've had 2 grandparents who suffered and went through the whole care system, the care home system, and all the rest of it. And it can be so hard on families, so hard on carers, and so many people that are doing unpaid care just to provide for a family or their family relatives who are in later life, who need the support and need more help, but yet the system seems so separate from the day-to-day issues of the NHS, where we talk about, ambulances or ambulances dropping patients off in the corridors because, there aren't the beds there. But it's the social care, the day-to-day in, day out of caring for particularly the elderly is something that has been put on the back burner for far too long.
Yeah, decades.
Decades.
I mean, it is a cross-party problem.
Charlie, in the Telegraph this morning, another problem is we're working less.
Well, yes, which is a problem, obviously. If you want to be an economy firing on all cylinders, if you want to match the heights of the government's expectations to be the fastest growing economy around the world, if you want to seize the benefits of Brexit, for example, which we were told about almost a decade ago, which, there are opportunities there, but it's about seizing them. That means you've got to work and probably work a little bit harder in new times. But the Telegraph reporting that Britons on average are working 2.3 hours less than our European and international counterparts. A change in shift on the back of COVID, but also and hybrid conditions, so there is more flexibility about work, people seeking part-time or 2 or 3 other jobs, but on their own time, as it were, to fill things like childcare costs.
Well, it doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But it works out 2.3 hours fewer or less a week, works out at 68 million working hours lost every week.
But actually, if we look at this, the people who are working less are the high flyers, right? And actually what they're saying, I remember the burnout rate in the 80s and 90s, and what they're saying is actually we can work smarter for fewer hours. And there used to be, there probably is still in many places, a culture where you stayed late. I remember years and years ago at TVAM, Greg Dyke would go round to us and go, "Why are you still here? Why don't you just go home?" The wonderful Greg Dyke who
never said that to me, but
he'd say it to the minions.
He told me to go home once, but I think that's fun. Good.
But actually, I think it's not about being lazy or anything. Actually, if you work. If you're working very hard, you can be much more efficient if you work fewer hours, right? And that's what they're talking about. They're talking about these people. And I think it's a good thing that actually we're finally saying, I have another life. But also, let's put work into perspective.
But it trickles down, doesn't it? If you are the high flyer, you want to be able to crack on and grow that business or start up that initiative and employ someone else. And if you take your foot off the gas and you get comfortable in your lane of just being, a hybrid worker or just online.
So how do you find a balance? You're dead right. At TVAM, there were journalists working there, but they were working there because they were mad keen on working there. So if you're enthusiastic,
and some of them in the evenings, they were just there to be seen, right? But also the problem is, I remember, my father, who until he got dementia, so late into his 80s, would work every day, right? He would go to his. He was not very efficient. Actually, you are more efficient if you work in short bursts. And I just think sometimes you can... And it's not about taking your foot off the gas. It's about saying, OK, I'm going to take a break.
There are many young people today that can't be bothered to sort of, put in a good shift. But unlike everybody here, I can assure your viewers and listeners that everybody here
works incredibly hard.
Room, the producers up and down this office
chains to the desk.
But Charlie, this is not about young people not working. This is about high flyers working less. And I just think you can be more productive if you work less.
I've got to say, there is as much as I want to go on the argument of saying we need to, people do need to work more, blah, 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 blah. I do think there is an argument for a work-life balance.
Well, no one's saying you shouldn't have a work-life balance, but it's just making sure that actually, you maintain that balance and it doesn't tip too far the other way.
It's like they always say, nobody ever said on their deathbed, I wish I'd spent more time in the office.
Yes,
Nobody
absolutely.
ever says that on their death.
Yeah.
So it is important to get a balance.
Yes,
you can possibly get a job that you love.
See, the good news is it's why Charlie is very good at what he does when he comes on, because he only does it in very short bursts. And then he's done 8.5 minutes, and now he's going to have 52 minutes
I know.
drinking tea and gossiping
And
with
arguing with me.
All right, you two. We'll see you a little bit later on.
Right now, it's time for the weather. Oh dear, let's see what's in store for us. Here's Alex Burkill.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm here with your GB News weather update, coming to you from the Met Office. As we go through this weekend, we're going to stick with that cold northerly wind. That's actually going to lead to even colder air pushing in across us. And in areas exposed to that northerly wind, we're going to continue to see plenty of showers, and these are readily falling as snow, particularly across northern parts of Scotland. Significant accumulations here and some blowing snow, an extra hazard, but also snow showers through today across parts of Northern Ireland, Western Wales, South West England, and also a fair few clipping into some eastern parts of England too. Away from the showers, so more inland areas, a lot of dry sunny weather to be had, but that cold air does mean temperatures well below average for the time of year, feeling bitterly cold indeed. Sticking with more showers as we go through into this evening across the northern half of Scotland, we're going to continue to see those snow totals building up 30-40 centimetres perhaps over the highest routes. Some difficult driving conditions as well, because ice will be a problem not only across northern Scotland, also across parts of Northern Ireland too. Drier for southern Scotland, much of England and Wales, just those western and eastern fringes still seeing a few showers. And where we get those showers, even if you haven't seen much snow, we could see some wet surfaces, so some icy patches a problem as well as we go through into tomorrow morning. Drier areas having a lot of clear skies through the night. As a result, temperatures plummeting. We're going to see many places falling several degrees below freezing. A harsh frost for most of us through Sunday morning. A very cold start to the day indeed, but again it is going to be another bright, often sunny start for most places. Worth noting the winds change direction ever so slightly, still generally coming from that cold northerly direction, but they back just a little bit. As a result, we're going to see fewer showers down the eastern side of the country as we go through tomorrow compared to today, and a few more feeding a bit further inland across parts of Wales and maybe southwest England, and some of them could be wintry. Again, temperatures on the low side, feeling crisp but cold.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
It's a brand new year and we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize to date.
£85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
And we've come to the Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg's State of the Nation. Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
The National Trust has come under fire after declining a Catholic filmmaker's request to shoot a documentary at St Cuthbert's Cave in Northumberland. St Cuthbert's Cave was a crucial location for the film, as it's traditionally believed to be where the saint's body rested in 875 before he was moved to Durham, where it remains today. The Trust justified its decision by citing the project's religious affiliation, sparking accusations that the heritage charity has breached equality laws and is engaging in illegal religious discrimination. Well, I'm joined now by the filmmaker at the centre of the story, Christian Holden. Christian, thank you for coming in. So, first of all, tell me about St Cuthbert. Why do we mind about St Cuthbert?
Well, St Cuthbert, this historical figure, this great figure of the northeast of England and the Scottish borders area, was renowned for his physical prowess, for his great night vigils. I approached the National Trust to ask permission to film there, and the initial response I had from them by email was that they didn't host any filming of a religious or political nature. I made a phone call to that particular person and explained more about what we hope to do, and that aside from its religious storyline, there's also historical value to it, cultural.
And so you were making the case that St Cuthbert was a cultural icon as well as a religious icon in the northeast of England, a very important political as well as religious figure in the consolidation of Christianity in the northeast.
It's such a critical part of our culture and our heritage, particularly in that area as well. So I was bewildered to be refused to visit and film this site of such importance on the basis of essentially being a Christian filmmaker.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Well, good morning to you. Today we're seeing some of the faces of the missing teenagers feared dead after the Swiss bar blaze.
Amongst them is 15-year-old student Charlotte Nidham, who is educated in a British private school, so people will know her.
Whilst the youngest, still unaccounted for, are 14 and 15-year-old sisters, Alicia and Diana Gonsert.
The ski bar owners insist that no safety rules were broken, but so far at least 47 people are dead and 119 injured.
Iran opens fire on anti-regime protesters, despite President Trump's warning that Washington is locked and loaded and ready to intervene.
It's looking to be another extraordinary year in British politics. With Reform and the Greens up in the polls, could Nigel Farage and Zach Polanski hold on to their gains? And will Sir Keir Starmer still be Premier through the year and probably by the end of it?
After a charity volunteer of 14 years was blacklisted for flagging spelling mistakes on the organisation's website, we'll be debating today about whether society's stopped caring about good spelling and good grammar.
And Brighton's iconic Palace Pier has gone up for sale for an undisclosed amount as owners blame tumbling profits and increased running costs.
And it's called Sunshine Saturday today. That's because it's the busiest day of the year for booking a holiday. We'll update you on some of the best places to get away to.
The eyes of the sporting world will be fixed firmly on London's Ali Pali tonight as teenager Luke Littler looks to retain his PDC World Darts title when he takes on 23-year-old Dutchman Jan van Veen. Both men powered through their semi-finals yesterday. They'll contest the final for the prize of £1 million.
Lots of crisp sunshine to be had this weekend, but it is going to be bitterly cold with a northerly wind bringing plenty of snow showers in areas exposed to that. Stick around to find out what the weather's looking like where you are.
It's just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Just reading in the paper that apparently Dennis the Menace is making a comeback at schools in the form of slingshots, catapults, as we used to call them.
He always had a catapult.
He always had a catapult, but apparently catapults are making a return to secondary schools and things. Is that a good thing?
No, surely not.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's...
They're nasty weapons, actually, in the wrong hands.
Well, yeah, but I think it's all a bit of fun, really.
He always slingshot a piece of blotting paper with ink or something, didn't he?
Yeah, or a tomato or something like that.
He was a menace.
He was a menace, yeah.
But there you go. These
Actually,
items...
he was a nasty little piece of work, wasn't he, really?
Oh. These items can cause injury, damage to property and distress to people, apparently. Oh, and Gwent police are getting very upset about it, according to this. I still think it's a bit of fun. It's old-fashioned. It's better than playing on your old phone or whatever.
Possibly.
Getting out there with your catapult.
Yeah, until you get one in the eye. I don't know. I don't like the idea. It's a weapon, isn't it, basically?
Oh, I think we're getting a bit carried away. It's no worse than a conker or a... And they'll be building their, you know, the little carts and things.
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
What about the good old days coming back, Anne?
I'm not sure, though. I don't know. I'm a bit worried about
Got a
too many
ring,
kids
haven't
in the playground having slingshots, or what do you call them, catapults?
Catapults.
No.
It's funny, you say about the technology. A friend of mine, because I play Subbuteo now, a friend of mine has said to me... No, a friend of mine said to me, he said, like, I'd rather my kids get involved in Subbuteo from a young age than just be hooked on video games.
Yes.
I can kind of understand the rationale behind that, although I think maybe a mix is best, isn't it?
Yeah, but you've gone a bit obsessed with Subbuteo.
Well, you know, I'm not...
Keep hanging about with your Subbuteo mates.
Yeah, also they're good guys. Good guys, really interesting people.
Talking about things woke and looking back and everything, apparently Grease, the movie Grease, is going on ITVX. You'll be able to watch it soon by subscribing. But it will have a massive trigger warning.
What for?
Well, because...
these teenagers are actually played by 40-year-olds.
Yeah, well, what are they going to say? They're basically saying that there are vulgar lyrics... the Stockard Channing character is slut-shamed because she's pregnant, or she fears she's become pregnant. Somebody else is shamed because there's lots of sexual innuendo in it, which isn't acceptable nowadays. So it's going to apparently have a very large trigger warning. And it's funny, when I was away, I was watching some old black and white movies, which I have to say is a sort of secret thing I like to do. Curl up in the warm and watch an old black and white movie. But they all had amazing trigger warnings on them saying the sort of language used in this film was acceptable in the 1950s, but it's not nowadays. However, the producers recognised that it is, you know, in the context, blah, blah, blah. Long trigger warnings on these very old
with that
Betty
accent?
Davis movies. No, not with that. Not with the accent. You had to read it. But actually, they were right in that one of them was Gaslight. You know, the very famous film that gave credence to the whole term gaslighting, and of course that some of the language in that is awful, and the way women are treated is absolutely dreadful, and the way it was acceptable that you spoke about women and to women.
Yes, but we are able to watch these things knowing they are of their time.
Well, that's all the trigger warning said, but they actually did go to the trouble of actually putting that.
I kind of guess that from the fact that it's black and white.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yes. For viewers who do not understand, this film was shot in black and white.
I mean, I don't know. I just think we're just so frightened of everything now. I mean, you watch these...
You should use your common sense to know that this is a movie made in the 40s.
I mean, can you imagine the sort of trigger warnings you'd have to put on Terry and June if you replayed that
there
now?
would be, yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
In fact, there was. Well, the One Foot in the Grave is being replayed somewhere, and it's got a trigger warning.
That's it. This man may appear grumpy.
Yeah, that's right, yes.
Didn't me. Anyway, look...
This is the new age.
If you feel like being grumpy this morning, how about some politics for you? It is going to be another extraordinary year in British politics. There's a whole load of stuff going on. There's elections in Wales and Scotland's in about 4 months, isn't it? The election there. Obviously, what's going on in those particular areas, but also with across the country, Reform and Greens up in the polls. So could Nigel Farage and Zach Polanski hold on to their gains?
And will Keir Starmer, for instance, be able to hold on to his prime ministership? They are attempting to draw young families back to Labour through better measures on energy bills, interest rates, giving youngsters the vote. We were talking in the last hour about the fact that people who are 12, youngsters who are 12 years old now, will be able to vote in the next general election. Which makes you think, doesn't it?
It does. Let's talk to the political editor at Times Radio, Anna Mihalova. Good to see you this morning, Anna. There's so much going on here. I still can't get my head around that, considering for decades and decades and decades, the Labour Party and the Conservative Party have been the two driving forces. We now have, less than 18 months after a general election, a situation where the Prime Minister's job is not secure, the Leader of the Opposition's job is actually not secure, and everything's focused on other parties.
Absolutely, but the reason for that is voters are so fed up. They were fed up with the Conservatives after 14 years. They brought in Labour with a majority, a big landslide, and they've been very quickly become fed up with Labour as well, and it it points to a real volatility in the electorate, but also, of course, it's just a symptom of the fact that people's lives aren't getting better, and there are so many things that don't seem to be improving. And, you know, I think any government that comes in, there are certain structural reasons why they would struggle with it. And the big question is, yes, you've got a surge of reform and the Greens. Let's say they come in, because that is increasingly becoming more likely in whatever combination. What happens then? Would they actually be able to turn things around? Or would they be the next thing to be rejected by the electorate? So it's a really fascinating time to be studying politics, to be looking at it, but it's also pretty volatile.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question, isn't it? Because Labour clearly thought they could walk in and immediately change things, and they've found it a much more difficult job than they clearly have. I mean, do they get to the fact that they are deeply unpopular? I know that all the statistics bear that out, but do they get it, and do they get why? And are they panicking? Are there any signs of panic?
So Labour MPs definitely get it because they get it on the doorstep. One thing that MPs, backbenchers, have said for a while now is they find that, you know, if they put the Labour Party on their local literature, then people reject that. So increasingly they're doing things like taking off the branding, which is the sort of thing that normally happens at the tail end of a government that's been in power for a long time. So it is really, really quite a big shock to see just how much the government's popularity and Keir Starmer's personal popularity has plummeted. So you mentioned Scotland. That's going to be a big moment this year. And Scotland was actually a big electoral success for Keir Starmer. So in the run-up to the general election, he went very regularly. He often didn't publicise his visits, but he made a real effort with Scotland. And I think he was popular there for a while. It wasn't just a rejection of Conservatives. And I've spoken to people on the ground there recently who say they are surprised at how hated he has become by certain parts of the electorate there. So something's going on. I think that, you know, it is societal as well, because perhaps through social media, people have become a lot more intolerant. So when they don't like something, they don't like it much stronger. But at the same time, you also have to consider the fact that you had Labour come in without much of a plan of what to do. And you're getting increasingly even former Labour advisers say that and say that one of the problems is it was a slightly, you know, they were so focused on getting back into government, but didn't really have enough of an idea of what to do with it. So
it's extraordinary.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what is interesting. I mean, there are a lot of questions about reform and the fact that they haven't got the structures in place yet. You know, there isn't a shadow cabinet. There isn't, you know, the departments are not being headed up in the way that you would need if there was an election tomorrow, right? So they've got a lot of work to do. But certainly Labour got into power because people were fed up with the Tories. Whereas when it comes to reform, there seems to be, I mean, yes, there will be an element of where fed up, so we'll vote for somebody else. But there does seem to be an element of passion for what they're saying. People saying at last we're being listened to. So they have got a bit more of that positivity on their side.
Well, and also Nigel Farage is an extremely skilled and experienced politician, and he manages to connect with voters, and he has that, he is able to look authentic and appear authentic to people. So not having the traditional political structures in some ways is a strength. And as he starts to build that structure that is needed for a general election, that's possibly where reform could start to come unstuck, because they might end up looking more like a traditional party. So that's one big question about the reform surge.
What about reform in Scotland? Wasn't there a suggestion that there could be a separate reform leader for Scotland?
Well, so possibly, I mean, reform is doing well in Scotland, which is actually a really big surprise, considering that the fact that Nigel Farage has always been perceived as such an England politician. But there's an element where people, when people are very unhappy with the governing parties, there is almost sort of a baked-in amount that even a paper candidate could get. So with the last election, for example, reform, by just being on the ballot paper, even with candidates who had barely turned up to any meetings, just got a certain amount. The question is, can they turn that into something that's real? And there's an interesting column today in The Times by Fraser Nelson, which says if Keir Starmer's government could lower net migration significantly, and that does look like it's on track because measures have been put in that is already seeing that drop, and a lot of people are leaving the country at the same time. If that can happen, then that arguably could neutralise reform in one of its strongest areas, which is, you know, what else do they stand for when it's not that? And Labour and the Conservatives are very keen to then paint them as a party of economic irresponsibility, that, you know, to make voters worry about what the economy would do with the Reform government. That's certainly what the Conservatives are banking on.
But Labour don't seem to be doing anything to address that. I mean, at the moment, the latest headlines are all about the fact that they're building new houses for immigrants and asylum seekers. That's the exact opposite to what you're saying, that you're arguing that they could be doing.
Well, I think with legal migration, they have. I mean, firstly, the Conservatives started doing it by the end, and then Labour have put in measures, and you're going to start to see it filter down into the statistics. But the approvals for legal migration have really gone down, and the process has been tightened significantly. Plus, you are getting a lot of people leaving the country for various reasons. So I think you could end up in a position politically where, if the government chooses to, they could make a virtue of, look how much we've lowered legal migration, possibly to the tens of thousands, which hasn't been done, has been promised, but hasn't been done for years. The question is, would Labour actually, even if that happens, be able to do it? Because it would be a very difficult sell to its base and to its MPs, who, a lot of them, very much want more migration.
It's very odd that we are talking about the possibility of the Prime Minister being in jeopardy this soon after a massive general election win for him. But what are the prospects of him losing the job? And if he did lose the job, does that inevitably mean that, in fact, you would get a Prime Minister much more to the left? I mean, a lot of people, a lot of the experts saying if there was going to be another Prime Minister from the Labour Party, it would actually be Ed Miliband.
So Ed Miliband's name is certainly out there. There is also a lot of people who very much want to stop Ed Miliband getting anywhere near the leadership again within Labour. I think one of the things acting in Keir Starmer's favour is there isn't an obvious successor, and the most obvious one in terms of, you know, whether or not people think they are ready and could do a good job and a much better job in terms of the communication side of things and connecting with voters, is Wes Streeting. But equally, there are lots of people who think he wouldn't be able to get past the membership. He wouldn't. It's Labour internal dynamics are extremely complicated, and the rules of having to have 81 MPs back someone, and they have to back them publicly, don't forget. It's not the Conservative system where someone could write an anonymous letter and no one ever finds out that they did it. They have to actually come forward and say they want to get rid of the Prime Minister. All of that's very complicated and difficult, but equally, the fact that we have so many people talking about whether or not Keir Starmer will last the year, even if he does last the year, he ends up limping on because your authority is very much in tatters when you're getting to a position where so many people are speculating about your future. I think, you know, the hope for from within Number 10 is things get better on the economy, on migration and on the NHS, and that voters would then see their message of, you know, give us a bit more time, stick with us, as with the MPs. And there's a world where that could happen, not least because it's just the process of getting rid of a Labour Prime Minister is very difficult and fraught with lots and lots of risk.
OK. Anna, for now, thank you.
My goodness, it's only just the beginning of the year and we're talking about whether he can last it to the end. Anyway, do let us know your thoughts. Meanwhile, the weather is a big, well, matter for all of us, isn't it? Will it be snowing where you are? Alex Burkle has the weather for you.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm here with your GB News weather update, coming to you from the Met Office. As we go through this weekend, we're going to stick with that cold northerly wind. That's actually going to lead to even colder air pushing in across us. And in areas exposed to that northerly wind, we're going to continue to see plenty of showers. And these are readily falling as snow, particularly across northern parts of Scotland. Significant accumulations here and some blowing snow, an extra hazard. But also snow showers through today across parts of Northern Ireland, Western Wales, South West England, and also a fair few clipping into some eastern parts of England too. Away from the showers, so more inland areas, a lot of dry, sunny weather to be had, but that cold air does mean temperatures well below average for the time of year, feeling bitterly cold indeed. Sticking with more showers as we go through into this evening across the northern half of Scotland, we're going to continue to see those snow totals building up 30-40 centimetres perhaps over the highest routes. Some difficult driving conditions as well, because ice will be a problem not only across northern Scotland, also across parts of Northern Ireland too. Drier for southern Scotland, much of England and Wales, just those western and eastern fringes still seeing a few showers. And where we get those showers, even if you haven't seen much snow, we could see some wet surfaces, so some icy patches a problem as well as we go through into tomorrow morning. Drier areas having a lot of clear skies through the night. As a result, temperatures plummeting. We're going to see many places falling several degrees below freezing. A harsh frost for most of us through Sunday morning. A very cold start to the day indeed. But again, it is going to be another bright, often sunny start for most places. Worth noting the winds change direction ever so slightly, still generally coming from that cold northerly direction, but they back just a little bit. As a result, we're going to see fewer showers down the eastern side of the country as we go through tomorrow compared to today, and a few more feeding a bit further inland across parts of Wales and maybe southwest England, and some of them could be wintry. Again, temperatures on the low side, feeling crisp but cold.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Well, it's time for the Great British Giveaway.
It is. I was going to say it's 17. No, it's not. It's 7:19 as well.
7:19, yes. Anyway, look, you could. I think the prize is, the draw for this is made towards the end of this month, actually, so not long to go, and you could win £85,000 tax-free. Here's how.
Hello from the Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland. We're on an amazing Arctic adventure to celebrate our greatest cash giveaway, a simply stunning £85,000. And in 2026, we're giving you the chance to win it all. With an extra £85,000 in your bank, you'll be able to indulge in luxury, do those things you've only ever dreamed about. Even tick a few experiences off the bucket list. One lucky viewer is guaranteed to win £85,000 in tax-free cash. But you've got to be in it to win it.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Now, just in case it didn't occur to you when you look out of your window this morning and it's dark and snowy, it is in fact Sunshine Saturday today. It's the busiest day of the year for holiday bookings. We'll update you in just a couple of moments on some of the best getaway deals out there. That's next.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, this is Jubes & Co with you.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie is here. GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device. And as long as you have an internet connection. Tune in to GB News, anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray. Are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it?
no,
Because the failure is...
You're
the failure is...
deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Britain was once the envy of the world, but look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock, only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
It is 7:25 and package holiday bookings are expected to rise this year as us Brits flock to secure getaways.
And it's certainly the day to think about it, isn't it? It's cold and wet and miserable outside and you start to dream of the sun. In fact, the CAA, the Civil Aviation Authority, are predicting 200,000 more holidaymakers will book trips this January compared to last year.
Well, as a result, today is dubbed Sunshine Saturday and it looks like it's going to be one of the busiest days for holiday bookings.
I must say it's terribly tempting to have a look and see what's on offer. We're joined now by Head of Travel at The Sun, Lisa Minnow. Good morning, Lisa. Have you been looking already? Is there something you can recommend?
Oh, I think there's plenty to recommend. I don't think we've ever had as much choice when it comes to different holiday destinations that we can jet off to. We've seen a huge increase in low-cost airlines and our big tour operators opening ever more routes so that we can effectively, I think, a little bit of keeping up with the Joneses and making sure we can show off about the destination we've discovered that's got the hidden beach or the best bar. But I think still what's going to be a really big thing for the whole of 2026 is still going to be value. People are still struggling a bit, cost of living crisis. So making sure that we're getting every possible penny we can out of that holiday pound is going to be really important.
Yeah, but because this is a very busy day, does that mean we'll get worse value if we try and shop today or better value?
I mean, it really depends very much on what you want and where you want to go. If you are a family who wants to go to a very specific hotel in the peak season, in the summer holidays, perhaps you want flights that are not in the middle of the night so that the kids aren't going to be exhausted when they get there. Yes, I think this is a good time to book because it's an opportunity for you to take advantage of things like the free child places that a lot of the companies come up with at this time of year. And also you're getting what you want. But it's definitely also another time to look at those holidays because the holiday companies, they want us to sort of put our deposits down now. They want to know that they've got X number of holidays sold. So there's always going to be incentive there to make us try to book in this peak period. And it gives us the opportunity to perhaps use a sort of a buy now, pay later type scheme or something like that to start paying off for that holiday and also then start looking forward to that holiday as well.
Yeah, it's important to have something to look forward to, isn't it? If you look forward through 2026, are there any destinations that are going to become more fashionable than last year or cheaper than last year?
I think there's definitely some. I've got a really good list that's been brought out by the holiday company Holiday Extras, and actually it's pretty spot on in terms of what I would say are the places to watch out for this year. We've seen a big increase in the number of people looking at North Africa for holidays, and by that I mean Tunisia, Morocco and Egypt. All three of those have got really good value offerings out there in terms of they're giving us nice 5-star hotels, all inclusive, but at really decent prices compared to some of the maybe more traditional resorts like Spain, Greece and Turkey. So I think there's definitely somewhere to look if you're looking for that kind of nice holiday weather, and actually for a much longer period of time, because you are that side of the Med, it's warmer a lot longer, so you can look at holidays, you know, early spring and late autumn, and the weather's still going to be really lovely there, which again is another good way of dropping the amount of money that you're spending down. Other than that, I think there's some, you know, favourites like Bulgaria will always be big, but I think this is the year where we're going to see Albania for the first time go mainstream in their really fabulous, you know, Adriatic beach resorts, you know, almost identical in the way they look to the likes of Italy and Greece. But all of a sudden, we're now seeing the main tour operators going in. We're seeing more flights into the area, and that drops the prices. And then when you land and you're there, prices are very well keenly priced compared to the likes of Greece and Italy.
Oh, well, there you go. It might be what to look for. Really good to see you, Lisa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy holidaying.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy dreaming, at least.
Yes. Right, still to come, Chelsea's interim manager has made a surprising revelation as he prepares his team to face Manchester City tomorrow. We'll get all the details from Aidan in a moment.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience, because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dixon weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. It's not a bad brand. Yeah. Uncensored. Very, very racy tonight. On the unpredictable. What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Aidan McGee's here with The Sport, and we were talking about... What were we talking about? Chelsea?
Chelsea, we were. Yeah, well, they sacked their manager earlier in the week. We think we know the identity of the successor, a fellow called Liam Rossini. He's currently at Strasbourg at the moment, a very sort of an outside left field kind of post. But in the meantime, they've got a match at Manchester City tomorrow, and there's one gentleman who's been given the role as interim coach. His name is Callum McFarlane, and we'll hear from him in a moment, but he's an absolute rookie. I mean, nobody really heard of him outside of Chelsea until probably about 48 hours ago. As I say, he's taking charge, and as we hear from him now, he'll explain why the pass he had at Chelsea wasn't able to guarantee him entry to all parts of the training ground in Cobham.
With a few of the individuals beforehand, but I was officially introduced this morning, and it's...
The pass let you in?
It did, yeah. It got changed to let me in, yeah. So, and it's in all honesty, it's exactly the same as wherever you work. Like we're all in it for the same reason. We all love football, and we're here to support them. And training was really good today, and it was a really good energy. And the lads have been brilliant. The staff at the club have been brilliant. So we can't ask for any more.
It's a hell of an opportunity.
He seems very nice, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, lots of these clubs now have... the ranks of the players, all the age groups, are so vast that they employ dozens and dozens of coaches. So someone has to take the team nominally, because you've got to do the media beforehand and afterwards, and sometimes even during, depending on the broadcast demands. But normally these clubs sack their managers when they might have a few easy fixtures just to ease the new guy into. But as I say, if you've got your first match up as Man City away, and this guy used to work there as well, it's a big day for him. But a big day of Premier League action today. Villa face Nottingham Forest. I should say, Anne, Bournemouth have tanked while you've been away.
Oh.
So I'm hoping you'll give them some good vibes today. But they do face Arsenal at home at 5:30. They've not won in about 10 games. And I should mention as well, in Scotland, huge game at Old Firm, Celtic versus Rangers at 12:30. Now, Wilfred Nancy is the guy who was given the job a month ago at Celtic after a run of poor form. He's lost 5 of his first 7 matches. We all know what that means in Scotland. We don't have the grab, unfortunately, but he went on a 7-minute tirade yesterday at journalists saying, "You're here to attack me." Honestly,
it's not a good look.
It isn't. It is. I don't want to be... it's great for journalists to get in this kind of material, but surely someone around there is advising him and saying, look, you're playing into their hands. Yeah. You're inviting pressure on yourself. You're showing that you don't really have the skills and the aptitude to do the job, because the media is such a big part of any football level, any stage of the game.
It's a silly thing to do, to insult the media.
Well, I wouldn't say... Yeah, it kind of was an insult, really, because he said, your job is to ask questions, I'm fine with that, but your job is to attack me. I mean, that would be insulting to those who've been working hard at their craft for a number of years, sitting in front of various different managers at a club like Celtic, and it's a really big club. Yeah. And so everything's magnified. Celtic have got a worldwide fan base, just like Rangers have.
Well, it's just... the point is, look, I mean, I don't care if people attack journalists, really, but it's the fact that it shows that level of insecurity.
It's funny, when I came into the game probably 22, 23 years ago, one of the first things I encountered when I went to the Daily Mirror on a shift was that Gerard Houllier had walked out that morning on the media. And I thought that was a big story, but my colleagues felt, no, that's our problem. It's not the problem of the audience or the wider fans. And I said, well, if I was a fan of that club, I want to know if my manager walked out in the media during a press conference, because that's not an easy thing to do. I can't think of many times when it's happened down the years, but it's interesting on the perspective, isn't it? But the journalists were least hard on themselves, or certainly less hard than anyone else would be. But as I say, some good games today in the Premier League and in Scotland. I must touch on the cricket as well, because it's the 5th and final test in Sydney. Ben Stokes has been speaking ahead of the 5th test tonight, which is 11:30, and we can hear from him in a moment. But it's all very well being confident when the series is already gone. The pressure's off. They were 3-0 down. They won in farcical scenes. The 4th test in Adelaide, I think it was. But let's hear from Ben Stokes and see how he's feeling about tonight.
Went to the end of a long tour where the series is done, and you got one game. It's one thing that you don't want to see, and I don't think I will, and I don't think it will happen, is just sort of coasting through this game and seeing what happens. This is a huge game for us, as I said at the start, because we're walking out there and playing for England. It's going to take all 11 of us to go out there and get on the right side of the result, like we managed to do last week.
That's the England captain, Ben Stokes. Pressure on them because, all right, they can't win the series, but there's some pride to salvage down there. But I do think it's too little too late. And Bazball has been exposed ruthlessly down in Australia, as it was at times against India last summer as well. Go on, Stephen. Go on, have you say.
Well, how often, for how long have I been saying
ages.
I know. You know your cricket. You do know your cricket.
It's not the way to do it.
But it actually, joking aside, it really isn't. Not against the top sides, because they know what's coming. And if you only play a certain way and your opponents know that you're not going to change, well, it makes your job easier, doesn't it? Because you've got a sitting target, and as long as you work out how to play it. And look, England are pretty good at it, generally speaking. And Australia, we should consider, is a really, really tough test, especially away from home. If you consider how they did 2 years ago at home, it was much more even. But when you think about your success is judged how you perform in these series against Australia. That's the big one every 4 years. And I would say that Bazball has just fallen up short on this one. And you look back on the actual tour itself, I mean, all the things that have gone on. You had the boozy sessions in 4-night benders in Noosa. I mean, in the middle of the tournament, you look at the money that the tour has lost because some of these tests haven't even gone the full 5 days or full 4 days even. So the organisers have had to refund money to locals. It's affected the local economy. You've got how many? I mean, you weren't here, Anne, when I discussed this, but how much do you think England fans have spent on this tour? Or how much will they have spent after today, or after this last series? How much do you think they have put into the Australian economy in pounds?
Put a figure on it. Well, how many have gone out there?
5,000.
Don't know. Go on.
It was £250 million.
5,000?
No, so I think it was 30,000 people went over there.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's still a lot, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a lot, actually. It's much more than I thought.
And the matches haven't been...
journey.
Yeah, exactly. Gosh. Exactly. So, I mean, there would have been locals as well. There's a big expat community down there, but they put a hell of a lot of money into that local economy, that's for sure.
OK, well, we'll say good night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Now...
What time zone are you in?
Well, exactly. But, I was thinking Australia.
Yes, of course.
But you'll be back in the next hour.
We
must talk about Luke Littler. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, but still to come, a study has found parents of girls have got sharper memories than those with sons. Sorry, Anne. So raising daughters, could it actually reduce the risk of dementia? We'll see if Charlie and Scarlett have the answer in the papers in a moment.
First of all, though, if you're in search of some holiday sun, and today's the day to look, here's the forecast for some of the top European destinations.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
The weather across the southern parts of Europe may not be as cold as it is here at the moment, but it is looking pretty unsettled. There's some heavy thundery rain pushing across parts of Madeira, the Canary Islands, and into southern parts of Portugal and Spain as well. Also further outbreaks of rain further east, heavy rain and hill snow spreading across many parts of the Balkans, causing some impacts here. More changeable weather to come as we go through the next few days and into the beginning of next week. I'll see you later.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Bowl. They are under no illusion.
Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Dixon weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Coming up to 7:44, we'll see what's in the papers for you this morning with former Labour advisor Scarlett Maguire and former Tory advisor Charlie Rowley. Good morning to you both. Let's have a look at The Guardian, Scarlett, should we? Because it's saying that the housing crisis we're seeing at the moment means more people over 60 are facing homelessness.
I know, it's shocking, isn't it? I mean, you sort of think that you know that young people have homelessness and then middle-aged people where their lives fall apart, but the over 60s, and they're saying that there are people sleeping in their cars and getting really ill. I mean, that's the other thing, is homelessness is really, really bad for your health. And homelessness doesn't necessarily mean literally sleeping on the street, but it just means having nowhere to go. And
why would it be happening to people in their 60s?
Divorce, their lives fall apart. I mean, homelessness basically, once you've left home, once you've sort of are grown up, homelessness is mostly about your life something going terribly wrong, and then you get into that whole thing. And St Mungo's, which is a wonderful charity, does really help. I mean, they help to pull people off the street and begin, because the other thing is, once you're homeless, you can't just put somebody in a flat. I mean, they need an awful lot of help, and probably terrible health problems.
Is this a new problem, or have we always had this problem? I mean, how did we deal with it in the past, or didn't we talk about it?
We talked about it enough, did we?
Well, I think that's absolutely right. We didn't talk about it enough. And also, the amount of supply available for people that need the support, and who's providing it, if it's either charities like St Mungo's and Crisis and Shelter and all the rest of it, but local authorities who have a certain amount of accommodation, they have a certain amount of housing, social housing, housing stock that wasn't replaced, that should have been replaced. I'm all for right to buy and think that was a great policy and should continue, but that stock should have been also replaced. But you're now seeing local authorities having to house families for a temporary amount of time, but it's a temporary permanent situation. It is this flux that people find themselves in, families, if they, particularly with children, are left there for months and months and then moved on to somewhere else, then moved on to somewhere else.
You're angry that when you're travelling around, particularly in London, but it's obviously elsewhere as well, and you see these massive flats going up, and they're so expensive. They're out of the reach of most people.
But also...
And yet we have a problem that we should be building different sorts of houses and flats.
And the other thing is, as you say, particularly in London, is they're bought by people overseas. I mean, but also there are some in North London that aren't a particular thing, Woodbury Down, aren't particularly posh, and actually they were advertised in the Far East before they were advertised to Britain.
And they buy up whole blocks of them and never use them.
Oh, yeah.
They're
and then you go past them in the evenings and they're all dark. It's terrible.
All right, you two, we're just going to take a short break from you two just for a moment, because we've got some breaking news this morning from Venezuela, where there have been explosions in the capital, Caracas. Let's get some details from Defence Editor at The Standard, Robert Fox, who joins us now. What do we know at this early stage, Robert?
Well, the details are sketchy but dramatic in that there have been widespread explosions at an airport and military bases, and aircraft have been reported overhead. There has been no declaration from the United States, and yet we have had demands for the past weeks, as we know, that Nicolas Maduro should leave office in Venezuela, and that his position was illegitimate. His re-election was corrupt, and it now seems that America is going ahead with some kind of military operation. That is my conjecture, because there has been no admission, but this is obviously military, professional, organised, and there has been continuous pressure now for months, for 2 or 3 months, from America, mainly on the excuse or justification that Venezuela is a drug hub, a major source of drugs. It isn't quite as big as made out, but the main contention seems to be about oil, about Venezuelan oil, which Trump has accused has been illegitimately obtained, again, from other people, including American interests. This does seem to be a major development, possibly so far the major military development in the second Trump administration, and the implications could be enormous.
I know this only happened some minutes ago, but do we know anything about... I mean, clearly Caracas is the capital city, but do we know anything about the targets? I mean, would they be military targets or random?
They appear to be military, but hereby is a problem in that there is a large military, but there is also almost as big. Nicolas Maduro relies on a militia in which he is very well embedded and very well supported. The problem is that if you see this, if this is an external operation by American forces, are they going to put boots on the ground? If they go in, is it, as Colin Powell famously remarked, the former general, the former Secretary of State, once you break a thing, you own it? And the problem with this kind of intervention, could it be produce the kind of open-ended problem that the incursion into Iraq, in which Britain was involved in 2003, led to? And it led to 10 years of war and tremendous boost from ISIS. I'm not talking about ISIS here, of course, but Venezuela is very unstable, but it's unstable at the heart of a very unstable region. And this is the big question here. There has been an enormous build-up of American forces throughout the region over the last 2 or 3 months, since the late summer.
Robert, can I just ask you about the situation with Iran then, in the light of this? Because the White House has threatened Iran over these protests that have been going on, and the fact that, you know, protesters have been shot and captured and what have you, and issued a stern warning that America would intervene. Well, that's sort of been dismissed by Iran so far. In the light, will that change in the light of this, if this does prove to be a US action?
Well, of course, he's got a bit of a problem there, because that he's made a big commitment there, that perhaps there's too much going on, but oddly, he has connected Iran with Venezuela, and he has accused Iran of shipping in air defense missiles to help the Maduro regime. So that is another complexity. And of course, there has been rising tension to add to this in and around Taiwan. So there's a lot moving there. There has been main effort in obviously Ukraine over the question of getting a ceasefire there, and Gaza. That just seems to me, I'm really, thinking he has got an awful lot on his plate, particularly when we had a declaration at the end of November in the new national security strategy, which was really a manifesto saying that it's America first and for America only in its own region. Well, there's a lot of global activity, but there are thousands of troops and military personnel and dozens of ships involved in the Venezuela Venezuelan confrontation. We can't call it a war yet. There has been no official communication from the White House that it is America involved, but a comprehensive military operation, which is what we're looking at, can, I think, only come from one source.
This is a reminder to anyone watching, as we are now, from Europe, that America has other problems on its borders, doesn't it? And here we see Donald Trump actually addressing those. If I were in Ukraine, I'd be very worried that his attention has been diverted.
Which is easily diverted, exactly. And, of course, the military build-up, which has been so spectacular, or the conspicuous one, should I say, since he returned to power just under a sliver of a few days of under a year ago. A lot of the main effort has been on Venezuela, and it must be said that Venezuela was deemed a problem as way back by his predecessors, including Biden, but above all Obama, and saw the sort of the lawlessness, the subversion emanating from, first of all, the Chavez regime and then his anointed successor, Nicolas Maduro, that has been seen as a major problem. It's been an issue for decades for successive incumbents of the White House. But we now have to wait. It'll just be a matter of minutes, or I suppose an hour at most, before we get clarification of what is actually going on. And if it is America, the White House must declare its aim. By the way, if it goes on, if there is confrontation, a hot confrontation, he will have to consult Congress within 40 days under the terms, if they still are valid, of the old war, the not so old, of the War Powers Act. A tough opening to the new year for the US and for its allies, it must be said, because, as you said, this will affect America's posture as leader of NATO and America's effectiveness in what it's doing in Europe.
We're down to the last 90 seconds or so, Robert. I mean, if this was to achieve what we would at least perceive to be the aims of the United States and getting Maduro out, it begs the question how stable a country like Venezuela would be, knowing that there had been regime change forced upon them.
It raises exactly the question that was raised in Iraq in 2003. You know, as I said, once you've broken a thing, you own it. And therefore, they thought that they could establish order and a regime, but the army turned against them and was dissolved, and they de-Baathified. So they took away the whole of the administration. I don't know whether there is anybody can come in and take over. Venezuela has one of the best healthcare schemes and hospital schemes in South America. So it is not entirely primitive. It should be very rich because of its enormous oil reserves. But in fact, it's been impoverished by Chavez and Maduro, and that's one of the big gripes. But it's very interesting how the leaders of the opposition, including the president-elect, have stood to one side in this up to now. And it is very, very much, whatever is going on, as we're seeing in front of us, it's very much America's game.
OK, Robert, for now, thanks very much.
Thank you. And thank you very much. I'm sorry we've got to cut it short there, Scarlett and Charlie, for joining us and going through the newspapers. There's a lot of news about today, and we'll obviously bring you up to date with even more from Venezuela in the coming hour, because we're with you right through till 10.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? And we do need that clarification from the White House, and hopefully we will get that, as Robert says, in the next hour or so. So do stay with us. We'll bring you the very, very latest, of course, as it happens.
Hello from the Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland.
We're on an amazing Arctic adventure to celebrate our greatest cash giveaway, a simply stunning £85,000.
And in 2026, we're giving you the chance to win it all.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Samantha, Jeffrey, thank you for your time tonight on The Late Show Live. Really appreciate it. This is a story that, amongst all the stories of wars and murders and crime and so on, at least it's given us a laugh, and at least the raccoon is okay. Just explain to us, if you can, Samantha, exactly what happened. Where was the raccoon found? Where is he now? Who found him and so on?
Yeah, so the store manager went to open up the ABC store here in Ashland, Virginia, and discovered a bunch of broken bottles in the back room. Upon further investigation, he was also located a raccoon that was passed out in one of the bathrooms. He had locked himself in the bathroom, and that's when the store manager called us to get him.
So first things first, how on earth did he end up in the store? How did he get in there?
So he fell through the ceiling. So he went through a ceiling tile and took out the wiring for the video camera as he was falling down. So we don't have a whole lot to go off of, just what the evidence that we encountered when we got to the scene of the crime.
So he fell through the ceiling, and I guess he landed on, because there's pictures here we've got of bottles of, I think it's whiskey, just strewn all over the store. So he must have fallen through the ceiling onto the shelves, smashed all the bottles, and then I guess from there thought it was going to be a great idea to, lap up all the alcohol on the floor?
I guess so. He just decided to have a party.
And who found him?
The store manager.
And what was their reaction? Have you spoken to them? What were their first sort of comments to you when I guess they called you to report the raccoon passed out in the bathroom, right?
Yeah, they were a little bit distraught. They didn't know how to get him out. They obviously did not want to pick him up themselves. So that's why they called us for assistance.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Well, breaking news this morning as Venezuela declares a state of emergency as loud explosions and low-flying aircraft have been heard across the capital, Caracas.
And this comes at a moment of heightened tension between the US and Venezuela. And reports are coming in that President Trump did indeed order these apparent attacks.
Also this morning, the faces of missing teenagers feared dead after the Swiss bar blaze are coming to light. Amongst them, 15-year-old student Charlotte Nidam, who was educated, for a time at least, in a British school.
While the youngest, still unaccounted for, are 14 and 15-year-old sisters Alicia and Diana Gonset.
Ski bar owners insist no safety rules were broken, but so far at least 47 are known to have died, and 119 are injured, up to 100 of those in a critical condition.
It's looking to be another extraordinary year in British politics, with Reform and the Greens up in the polls. Could Nigel Farage and Zach Polanski hold on to their gains? And will Sir Keir Starmer be Premier throughout this year?
After a charity volunteer of 14 years was blacklisted for flagging spelling errors on an organisation's website, we'll debate whether society has stopped caring about spelling and grammar.
Brighton's iconic Palace Pier has gone up for sale for an undisclosed amount at the moment, as owners blame tumbling profits and increased running costs.
The eyes of the sporting world will be fixed on London's Ali Pali tonight as teenager Luke Littler looks to retain his PDC world title when he takes on 23-year-old Dutchman Jan van Veen. Both men powered through their semi-finals yesterday. They'll contest the final for the prize of £1 million.
Lots of crisp sunshine to be had this weekend, but it is going to be bitterly cold with a northerly wind bringing plenty of snow showers in areas exposed to that. Stick around to find out what the weather's looking like where you are.
It's just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
So we're starting with that breaking news this morning. Venezuela has declared a state of national emergency. There have been explosions and low-flying aircraft in the capital, Caracas.
And this is coming, of course, at a time when there's heightened tension between the United States and Venezuela. Reports are coming in already that President Trump did indeed order these apparent attacks.
Yeah, there's been all these tensions at the moment. President Maduro, we know, very, very unpopular with the White House, well, indeed, with a lot of his own people as well. Hugo Chavez was the president before that, very problematic for previous administrations. There had been oil tankers and things stopped recently, as you're probably aware of. So those tensions have been rising. It is indeed suspected, as we say, that this is a US offensive. Quite what the aims of that, what they want to achieve, we don't know at this time. As Robert Fox was telling us just a few minutes ago, we would expect some clarification from the White House on this within the next hour, really.
It is something that President Trump more or less threatened, didn't he? And it looks as though maybe that has now happened. There's an official statement from the Venezuelan government which says Venezuela rejects, repudiates and denounces before the international community the extremely serious military aggression perpetrated by the current government of the United States of America against Venezuelan territory. That's all we hear from them at the moment. But Robert Fox was telling us, and it would appear that other news organisations are also agreeing now, that it would appear that although Caracas is a capital city, where we've seen the explosions are military installations of some sort.
And some air bases as well, it would seem. So targeted attacks in that sense. But it's about what they want to achieve as a result of this, and how long will they continue
and what they can
to do
achieve.
this?
I mean, what is the next step? Is it boots on the ground? Is it actually another war, similar to what we've seen in previous years?
Yeah, we do know that the US have been building forces within the area over the last few months, and the number of ships in the area as well. So there is a substantial force there, or it's surrounding Venezuela at the moment. But it's what happens next is going to be the big question.
Of course, what it is about very much is President Trump and the government in the United States claiming that the Venezuelan president, Maduro, was illegitimately elected and is personally involved in drug smuggling throughout the country. And that is what Trump is trying to stop.
Well, let's try and make some sense out of this by talking to the former Labour MP and chair of the Venezuela all-party parliamentary group, Graham Jones, who joins us now. Good to see you this morning. What's your reaction to what we're seeing this morning?
Well, it's not surprising. It's been building up for many, many years. The situation in Venezuela is intolerable. And as I said in the House of Commons some 8 years ago, it is a narco state. You know, they're needing to raise finance, and they're raising finance on the back of drugs. You can take as many operations as you want in Colombia, but the areas where they grow coca is on the border with Venezuela. It's so easy to ship it out of Venezuela. And I think at the time, if you flight mapped the flights out of Venezuela, you know, there was a pattern both through Honduras and Central America into America. But as I raised in Parliament, you know, to West Africa and through to Europe, and there were action being taken then. You know, not enough has been done in that period, and now it's all blown up and it's a crisis. But it's not really a crisis. It's been ongoing for a long, long time, and it needs to be dealt with.
State. What do you mean by that?
Sorry, you broke up. What?
Sorry, when you called it a narco state, and that's clearly what President Trump believes as well. What do you mean by that? Can you explain?
Well, I said it 8 years ago when it probably wasn't on Trump's map, so I don't want to sound Trumpian. They are facilitating the passage of drugs into Europe and into Britain to raise finance and also to line their own pockets. And that's what I mean by a narco state. There are many other things as well. Obviously, it's a horrible dictatorship that brutalises people as well. So it's many bad things, including drugs.
With bearing all that in mind, if this has been done by the White House, and which looks, of course, increasingly likely, is it justifiable?
I think there has to be an honest assessment of where Venezuela is and how people are suffering. And I think that's downplayed. Camera crews, media can't get in. When they do get in, they try to report it, how terrible it is. But, you know, I think there's some statistic that 60 or 70% of people are starving, you know, and if anybody opposes the regime, I'll call it a regime, call it what it is, then they are dealt with in a manner that includes all sorts of things. And so, therefore, if you look at all these millions of people, and it's, by the way, I think it's the largest humanitarian diaspora or migration of people out of the country anywhere in the globe at the minute. If you look at all those problems, you know, they are huge and need to be dealt with. And if the Maduro regime, which has been spoken to by various, including the White House, over many years, if they are unwilling to engage for the benefit of their own people, then of course you've got to take the next level of rational thinking in how do we resolve this issue for those people who are starving.
So how can this sort of military attack, how can it resolve the issue, and what would be the next step?
Well, I think you'd need people, you know, such as the intelligence agencies to look at the situation. My distant view of it is this is a very fragile administration, and maybe the White House have made that assessment, that it won't take much for the people to rise up. They're being oppressed, but there are obviously demonstrations, and there are a large swathe of people who would like to see their own country change. And is it possible to get that to a tipping point where Venezuelan people take over Venezuela rather than some external interference or intervention? So I don't know. That would be an assessment by the intelligence agencies, and whether that's something that Trump's thinking about. Can he get Venezuela to a tipping point where the regime, he did make them an offer a couple of months ago, either clear off to wherever, to Moscow, to your friends in Moscow or Beijing, or there will be consequences. So he's clearly laid a roadmap out that there's going to be action, but is the White House assessment that he can get to a point without a full military invasion?
I mean, it's interesting that you mentioned those connections with Moscow and Beijing, because, of course, they're the two big items on well, everyone's radar in the West. I mean, particularly Beijing actually being a real concern for the decade ahead. Is this? Will they stay out of this, do we think, or will they be provoked?
Well, Beijing's got its own agenda, and I think, you know, I would cautiously say to my own government that, you know, we're being far too friendly with Beijing. It is more of a threat than like I spoke 8 years ago about Venezuela. I feel like saying now, don't cut Beijing any slack. They're no friends of the West. They're trying to undermine the West. So I think that there needs to be some consideration of these other agencies and actors. But from Beijing's point of view, with an eye on Taiwan, you know, they may well be able to argue that American interventionism in Venezuela is no different than Chinese intervention in Taiwan.
A lot of people watching at the moment would think, my goodness, what a terrible start to 2026. The world seems to be a tinderbox.
Well, I would probably take the opposite view. The people of Venezuela have suffered for 20, 30 years. And I'll go back to the statistics about the human suffering on the ground, and that's what really matters. Let's not lose sight of that. And they deserve, and they will probably be asking. I mean, when they used to come to me in Parliament, they were begging for Western intervention. They were begging for somebody to do something. It was intolerable, you know, and the number of people who fled the country is in the millions. You know, so I think there is a justification from the Venezuelan people. So I wouldn't see this as an external intervention, although external actors are involved. I think more it's a case of trying to be pragmatic about the situation and understanding the views of those inside the country. I don't think there's any desire to take the country over. I think it's to liberate it from the crushing dictatorial oppression of Maduro.
Graham Jones, thank you for your time this morning.
You're all right. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
It will be. I mean, there's going to be a lot of intelligence around all of this. But I mean, there always is before any action. But if it is on a tipping point where, in fact, the people will use this as an excuse to rebel against leadership, then that could end up being a very positive thing, potentially. I mean, you would hope that assessment has been made.
You would certainly hope. Yeah, and the funny thing is that it's sort of happening in Iran as well at the same time.
Yeah.
People are saying, could it be a tipping point? Because there are protesters in Iran who are now being brave enough to actually openly protest against the regime that we also hate. And it looks as though, well, it'll either be one way or the other, but it could actually prove a tipping point. And that's Iran. And then we've got everything happening in Ukraine and Russia, and delicate relationships with China and elsewhere. It does seem like the world is a bit of a melting pot at the moment.
Yeah, it does. It does. We'll keep you up to date as we get more details through. We would expect some word from the White House at the moment, very soon. So as soon as we hear anything from the White House, we'll let you know.
OK, it's 14 minutes, just coming up to 14 minutes past 8. And, of course, another terrible start to 2026 with that terrible tragedy in Switzerland. Officials are looking at the fire now that happened at the Swiss bar on New Year's Eve. We know that 119 people injured now and 47 at the moment killed. And as I heard you saying earlier, or was it yesterday, that that figure is bound to rise because there have been such terrible, terrible injuries.
Well, they reckon of those 119, they think anywhere between 80 and 100 of them are in a critical condition. That was a figure yesterday. It may have gone down slightly by then, but there's a lot of people very, very seriously injured.
And the problem is they are so seriously injured, and of course by fire, that it's very difficult to prove who they are at the moment. Which is why there are so many relatives, particularly distraught parents, have gone to that resort trying to find, at the moment, their missing children. And, of course, they're all terrified that their missing children may indeed be dead or almost unrecognisable.
Well, some people who we know are being classed as missing include Charlotte Nadam. She's 15 years old, French and Israeli citizenship, but she did briefly attend some schools in the UK.
Well, joining us now live from Switzerland is former Financial Times journalist and director of the Lugano Global Forum in Switzerland, and that's Alan Friedman. Alan, a very good morning to you. I mean, clearly we're all, I think the whole world is still in shock at what happened. What are your thoughts about what we know at present?
Well, what we know at present, apart from the deaths and the injuries, is that as of this morning, as of last night, the attention is beginning to shift a little bit toward who was responsible for what appear to be a series of deficiencies in safety standards. I mean, we know as facts that the Swiss prosecutors have revealed that it was a sparkler attached to champagne bottles that triggered the blaze. There was this phenomenon of a rapid spreading of the flames in a downdraft or flashover, to use the term they're using. We're beginning to learn, however, some disturbing things, like there was only one exit, one entrance, one exit, no emergency exits. And it appears from the Swiss reports this morning that although the owners claim they had safety inspections 3 times over the last decade, they also got permission to narrow the one single entrance and exit to this bar from 3 meters to 1 meter. Of course, this is one of the big reasons why so many people died and were injured, because they couldn't get out. It wasn't just the crush of humans trying to get out, it was the lack of availability of space. We also are learning that the prosecutors are looking into a possible negligence charge against the owners or against the inspectors that concerns this foam ceiling, this soundproof foam, a highly flammable, highly combustible material. If you can imagine sparklers that are just inches away from a foam ceiling, you understand the horrible risks and the horrible events that occurred. We're also hearing from the medical authorities, and this is particularly sad, that of those critically injured, they expect that they will need to remain, they're so badly burnt, they will need to remain in intensive care for between 6 and 9 months in hospital, in intensive care, before even being allowed to begin rehabilitation. So we're talking, and you're right, unfortunately, the Swiss are also expecting the death toll to rise, because it is true that 75 or 80% of the people in hospital at present are in critical conditions. So a tragedy on all fronts. For me, the question we should be talking about next is who was responsible?
Well, yes, because there are very real questions here. I mean, a lot of it sounds like common sense when you talk about the location, the entrance and exit, the foam on the ceiling and all the rest of it. It still doesn't seem clear if that was actually in breach of the regulations. I mean, the regulations may well be at fault.
It could be the regulations, that's true. But I spoke last night to a senior Swiss prosecutor in a different canton, a different region of Switzerland, but nearby. And he told me that there's no way that the bar, the Constellation, could have conformed to safety standards in Switzerland or anywhere else. He said, where were the fire extinguishers? Why was there a flammable foam ceiling? Why was the entrance narrowed, and why weren't there emergency exits? And I said, well, surely Switzerland is the country where everything is tightly policed on these fronts. And he said, sadly, the region or the canton of Valais, where this tragedy occurred, has a reputation for property speculation, a bit of a louche and loose attitude toward regulation for the Swiss. So it's considered an area where perhaps inspectors will be paying the ultimate price legally and financially, because unlike places like Zurich or Geneva, where they're tightly regulated, this area of Crans-Montana, according to Swiss prosecutors themselves, might have been deficient in their own safety inspections. It's all going to come out eventually, but right now we're still in the trauma. But the next stage is a negligent homicide investigation, and the question also will be put to the leading Swiss insurance company, because in Switzerland, when an insurance company, and this bar was insured for fire, when an insurance company signs off on a big policy, they have to be satisfied that safety standards are met. So somewhere between the building inspectors, the safety inspectors, the insurance company, and the owners of this bar, there is culpability.
Well, as you say, there are youngsters who will be fighting for their lives over the next 6 to 9 months. It's an absolute tragedy, which is an understatement, really. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Alan Friedman. There. In fact, there were reports overnight that many of the hospital workers, the medics, actually dealing with the incoming casualties, had no idea whether those incoming casualties would actually include their own children.
Oh, God. I mean,
so it is unspeakable, isn't it?
A lot of people get in touch saying, why were so many young people out there? The laws are different out there. You can go drinking from 16. And so as a result of that, you are going to get 14 and 15-year-olds in there as well.
And the culture in those ski resorts is party, 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 isn't it? And particularly on New Year's Eve.
You just can't imagine that those... I mean, the loss of life is horrific. But for those who are... I mean, you'd call them fortunate to survive. But what are they left with?
Yeah.
It's beyond terrific, actually, to think what those kids are going through.
And the two youngest that we've already pictured, the 14 and 15-year-old, both died. Both died. Can you imagine being their parents?
Absolutely.
And regretting letting them out for the evening. Oh, words don't sum it up.
No, they don't. Right, let's get a quick check on the weather for you today with Alex.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm here with your GB News weather update, coming to you from the Met Office. As we go through this weekend, we're going to stick with that cold northerly wind. That's actually going to lead to even colder air pushing in across us. And in areas exposed to that northerly wind, we're going to continue to see plenty of showers, and these are readily falling as snow, particularly across northern parts of Scotland. Significant accumulations here and some blowing snow, an extra hazard, but also snow showers through today across parts of Northern Ireland, Western Wales, South West England, and also a fair few clipping into some eastern parts of England too. Away from the showers, so more inland areas, a lot of dry sunny weather to be had, but that cold air does mean temperatures well below average for the time of year, feeling bitterly cold indeed. Sticking with more showers as we go through into this evening across the northern half of Scotland, we're going to continue to see those snow totals building up 30-40 centimetres perhaps over the highest routes. Some difficult driving conditions as well, because ice will be a problem not only across northern Scotland, also across parts of Northern Ireland too. Drier for southern Scotland, much of England and Wales, just those western and eastern fringes still seeing a few showers. And where we get those showers, even if you haven't seen much snow, we could see some wet surfaces, so some icy patches a problem as well as we go through into tomorrow morning. Drier areas having a lot of clear skies through the night. As a result, temperatures plummeting. We're going to see many places falling several degrees below freezing. A harsh frost for most of us through Sunday morning. A very cold start to the day indeed, but again it is going to be another bright, often sunny start for most places. Worth noting the winds change direction ever so slightly, still generally coming from that cold northerly direction, but they back just a little bit. As a result, we're going to see fewer showers down the eastern side of the country as we go through tomorrow compared to today, and a few more feeding a bit further inland across parts of Wales and maybe southwest England, and some of them could be wintry. Again, temperatures on the low side, feeling crisp but cold.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Well, do stay with us because there's more breaking news after the commercial break as Venezuela declares a state of national emergency. Loud explosions being heard across the capital, Caracas. President Trump is believed to have ordered the apparent attacks. We'll get much more on that next.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience, because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock, only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Well, it's 8:27 and the breaking news this morning is explosions, low-flying aircraft over Caracas, the capital of Venezuela. The suspicions are this has been ordered by President Trump, though we've got no confirmation from the White House of that at the moment. Let's talk to our national reporter, Charlie Peters, who's looking at all this for us. Morning, Charlie.
Morning to you both. Yes, well, at the moment, as you say, no official confirmation from the White House. It is very early in Washington, D.C. right now, and Donald Trump is in Mar-a-Lago, his estate in Florida, which he often refers to as sort of the southern White House. However, Reuters news agency has heard from a US official saying that it is behind these strikes, and that is almost certainly the case before we have that official confirmation. Just to put our audience into sort of the broader strategic context here. Why have these strikes been launched and what has happened before them? Well, since the early autumn, really, the United States has gathered its largest naval deployment in the Caribbean since the Cuban Missile Crisis of the 1960s. This has been a very significant military deployment. Now, much of that has been focused on targeting small boats that the US administration has said has been carrying drugs. And so while the USS Gerald Ford, one of the largest aircraft carriers in the world, is in the region, we have seen since September forces associated with that carrier task group conducting dozens of lethal strikes on vessels in the Caribbean, in the Eastern Pacific, with the US administration saying that these are smuggling drugs into the US. Now, a lot of commentators and experts watching on those strikes have said that the administration has perhaps been using them, these maritime strikes, as sort of counter-extremism and counter-terrorism efforts, while labelling those in the boats as narco-terrorists, equating the drug cartels to terrorist organisations. But also, it has permitted them to prepare for this, what is more likely the strategic ambition of those strikes and of those deployments, which is regime change in Venezuela, which we know that President Trump wants. At the end of October, in an interview with CBS, he was asked, are Nicolas Maduro's days numbered? He said, I would say so, yeah.
But it's going to take more than bombing Caracas.
It is. And I think, Anne, what we're seeing right now is the early stage of an extensive targeting operation. This has been started long ago. We are in the third F of the three Fs. It's find, fix and finish. And the find phase would have been conducted by the CIA, which we know have been authorised to mount covert operations in Venezuela since October. The US defence intelligence agencies would have been gathering a list of targets they want to eliminate, neutralise or control whenever this occasion might occur for many years in advance. Those files would have been updated regularly. But in the lead up to this, we would have seen a significant uptick in that find phase, creating that list, determining what targets need to be actioned and how. Not everything that will be happening in Venezuela right now will be violent. There will be some military officials would refer to as non-kinetic effects taking place in Venezuela. But a lot of it is this, bombing those
destroying
key targets.
infrastructure.
Yeah, and fixing the targets. The second of the Fs would be to locate them and isolate them in time and space, to make sure they know what they're hitting is cleared to be hit. So what we're seeing at the moment, and what we're showing you right now, is a port near Caracas. Airstrikes against the port of La Guardia, which is to the north of Venezuela's capital of Caracas. That will be a key strategic location. We're also seeing attacks on airports or air bases, and we've also seen military barracks near Caracas being targeted as well. So these will be the key strategic locations that the US military will need to isolate, destroy, or in some way suppress. They might not just want to completely eradicate these locations, but to take them out of any potential fight for further operations. I should also say, in some of the images that we have seen over the Venezuelan capital tonight, they do appear to show footage of US Army Special Operations helicopters. Now, I think that's highly likely at this stage. We haven't been able to verify those claims and those images, but based on the low-flying nature of the vehicles we've seen, and also the fact that they are definitely Chinooks, would point to them being the Night Stalkers of the 160th Special Operations Aviation
So that's
Regiment.
like dropping in the SAS?
That's like putting in, the elite of the US Army Special Operations Force. I mean, the Night Stalkers will carry elements including Green Berets, US Special Operations Forces, but also potentially Delta Force, the very tier 1 unit of the US military. And while there's no official confirmation from the United States, that is key signature kit and equipment that reveals to us that the US military is involved. But again, we're still waiting for further confirmation that those are the images we're seeing. And if that is the case, Stephen and Anne, if we are seeing US Special Operation Forces flying low over Venezuela, then already we are moving on to the next phase of this strike. Having used naval aviation and also the US Air Force strategic bombing assets to isolate and destroy some of those key strategic locations, the next phase will be to put boots on the ground.
But also they're going to require, I mean, if they want to achieve their goal, then actually what they need is the support of the Venezuelan people. There must be a degree of intelligence saying, if we take this action, the Venezuelan people, feeling oppressed, will come behind us.
And so much of the preparation, the preparatory phase, laying the groundwork for any strikes, Stephen, those are those non-kinetic effects we're talking about. A lot of what the CIA will have been doing and other associated intelligence agencies in Venezuela in the months leading up to this strike will not have just been painting up targets, assessing locations for military operation, but also inquiring who might support American forces when it comes to that moment. Who will join with the United States in targeting this left-wing regime? And indeed, what are the hearts and minds in Caracas saying? Would they welcome explosions in their capital?
Will they know what's going on, really?
Well, and I think they'll have a great awareness of who's behind this straight away, and they'll have been expecting it to some degree based on the size of the deployment. And at the moment, they also won't know where their president is. Where is Nicolas Maduro?
Well, I tell you what, let's talk about that in just a moment because we have to take a short break. But we'll be back with Charlie talking about what the next step may well be in Venezuela.
Bold. They are under no illusion.
Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless.
I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get this on the BBC. Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. I'm going to do now, they are throwing things up the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dixon weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
It's 8:38. The breaking news this morning is what would appear to be airstrikes in the Venezuelan capital, Caracas. Certainly explosions have been seen, low-flying aircraft. It would appear to be the United States, though we haven't had official confirmation of that as yet. Let's talk to Defence and Security Analyst Simon Diggins, who joins us now. Simon, what's your assessment so far?
Stephen, good morning to you and Happy New Year to you all. I think what we have got now is the next stage of Trump's campaign to put pressure on the Maduro regime to leave. I mean, that's been very much the evidence now for nearly 2 months with the build-up of US forces in the Caribbean, including the arrival in November of the largest aircraft carrier in the world, the US Gerald R. Ford, with all the power it brought with it from there. And there's been a steady build-up. There's been a series of attacks on narco-terrorist boats, according to the US, leaving the place. There's been lots of conversations running around the diplomatic channels and directed between the US State Department and the Venezuelan regime, basically explain that Maduro has to go. But this is the obvious next step. Attacks, as your previous correspondent talked about, on infrastructure, on airfields, and perhaps what we haven't seen, but what might also be going on against narco labs, or indeed Maduro regime headquarters and bases and such like, all of which would be within their target list. So I think that's what we're looking at the moment, and I think the intention of Donald Trump and the Americans is quite clear. The Maduro regime has got to go.
Likely to be Maduro's immediate response?
Well, I think the first thing is defiance. We've already seen that. There was an appeal in the last couple of days to Russia and China for assistance. They also launched an exercise of the 200,000 plus troops of the Venezuelan armed forces. And they also have a very strong so-called people's militia, and so there was a major exercise brewing for them. So they will have mobilised their forces. So when they were picked up, this was on the cards, and they'll be calculating. I mean, can they hang on there? Will Donald Trump risk conducting a ground invasion or ground attack into the country, or will this just continue as a piece of pressure for a long period of time? And bear in mind, even when you were attacking people like Saddam in Kuwait or even in Iraq, this sort of phase, this target attacks against infrastructure went on for quite a long time, 2 to 3 months before there was any kind of ground move. So we could be looking at this going on for a considerable period of time before there's a next phase of the operation.
What would be interesting with that, and it's the one thing you can never quite tell, is whether someone like Maduro would actually make a run for it and head over to Beijing or Moscow actually quite quickly before people even knew he'd gone.
No, absolutely. And I mean, there's no question about how unpopular it is. I mean, bear in mind, this is a population of countries, about 30 million in total in Venezuela. On the current estimate, about a third of that population, so between 7 and 9 million people, have fled the country. It's a country with 172% inflation. This is a country which has got the largest oil reserves in the world and basically it's on its knees. And that's all down to the incompetent management of Maduro and his predecessor, Hugo Chavez. And the people are sick and tired of it. Many of them don't have the resources to escape. Hence, the sort of the wave of migration out of the country. But there's no question about it that apart from regime loyalists, of which there are a number. Apart from regime loyalists, I think the people want him gone. I mean, and opposition leaders are standing by to take over when he goes. But he may decide, like Saddam tried to do, to kind of to soak up the pressure and sit it out and hope that somehow world pressure deters Donald Trump. But I think Donald Trump in this instance is not for deterring.
Simon Diggins, thanks very much indeed. We'll leave it there. We've still got Charlie Peters with us this morning, who's been looking into this. And what I find fascinating is you were talking about the fact that there may already be boots on the ground, American boots on the ground.
Yeah, because we've seen US Army Special Operations helicopters almost certainly from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment over Caracas. Now, they look like Chinooks that we've just seen there, but it's important to note that that regiment aviation capabilities are broad. They do also have specially modified Black Hawk helicopters that can provide very close direct action shots, so they can operate as close air support as well. Basically, it's gunships, really close to the ground. They specialise in low flying, these sort of urban operations, and they can have Hellfire missiles, chain guns, rocket pods, and they've obviously got advanced sensors. The very best pilots in the world operate this aircraft. But what we've seen so far, I think, almost certainly have been Chinooks from that unit.
Which would be carrying soldiers.
Which suggests to me they're either dropping people off or picking up people to take them away. Because, of course, there will be so many US assets inside Caracas right now. We know that the CIA has been mounting those operations in Venezuela on Trump's orders officially since October, but almost certain, I mean, definitely, certainly for longer than that. And there will be covert human intelligence sources who need to be protected, people who've been aiding the preparations for this strike, who've been laying down actions to sustain this attack, to allow it to start more effectively. What we're showing you right now is some pictures of what appear to be the Venezuelan military inside Caracas, deploying some of its own assets. So in this case, that's a sort of an infantry fighting vehicle on the streets. So clearly the military there, we're approaching 5 a.m. now in Caracas. They've been putting out some of their forces. Interesting they're using ground forces there. That's a V-150 armoured wheel gun. So it's part of the Venezuelan army. That's been spotted, according to sources sharing this online, the Miraflores presidential palace. So that would be potentially where Nicolas Maduro might be. So the presidential guard.
Well, that's interesting because we're not going to get any massive amount of boots on the ground anytime soon. That would imply they're worried about locals.
Absolutely. Any potential reaction from people on the ground reacting in support of the US military. And also, of course, Maduro, it being such an aggressive left-wing regime, he has no shortage of enemies within the country who might see this as an
might want to
opportunity
make an escape.
To act now and target him. It's just worth, I think, pointing the wider context here, beyond these images that we're seeing right now. I mean, let's just take a look at some of the assets that the US military has there. It's the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group. So this is the most effective and largest strike group in the world at the moment. It's the world's largest aircraft carrier. It's supported by 3 guided missile destroyers, as well as the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group and the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit. So there are over 4,500 Marines and sailors officially in the area. And that ARG, that Ready Group, also contains 2 other ships in there, as well as several other Navy ships in the region, at least 4 others. And so US forces, thousands of troops building up there, countless ships, and also we have heard from CNN that they have also deployed F-35 fighter jets and also at least 3 Reaper drones to Puerto Rico, of course, very close by. That would be able to deploy some of the rapid strikes that we've seen on the ground. Now, right now, as these pictures are coming in, this is Venezuela military deploying. This is just being shared with us in the last few moments. But as we speak, the US president is in Mar-a-Lago. He's in the southern White House, where he has spent his holiday period, obviously, focusing on foreign affairs, on the crisis in Ukraine. He was striking Nigeria on Christmas Day, targeting ISIS terrorists there. And today, he's starting the new year, it appears, with strikes in Venezuela. He has taken the last 2 weeks to be dominated by these actions. And what we're seeing now could be the start of the next phase of these tactical operations. And with the sighting we've seen of those helicopters over Caracas, that could include infantry soldiers on the ground in the Venezuelan capital.
My goodness.
Okay. Charlie, thank you very much indeed.
Thank
We've
you.
got more on this coming up for you in just a moment.
Right.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
It's 8:50. Let's talk to Scarlett Maguire and Charlie Rowley, who are both back with us again. I mean, in terms of... I was intrigued, and we've talked to Graham Jones earlier on, former Labour MP, former chair of the Venezuelan all-party parliamentary group. saying this is a long time coming and basically supporting the action. Now, I thought he may have gone the other way, but he didn't at all.
Well, I think actually even when Chavez was in power, there were quite a lot of Labour people, including Labour ministers, who wanted him out. I remember there was a brief coup, and Dennis McShane, who was a Foreign Office minister at the time, said, great. Possibly he shouldn't have done it. I mean, what worries me about what's going on is that the Americans are very good at regime change and then they don't clear it up afterwards. Absolutely. I mean, you know, Iraq is still a problem. I mean, ISIS came in because of what the Americans did in Iraq. And
But what should they do that would be better? I mean, it's difficult. They would just be accused of meddling even further, wouldn't they? If they set up any plan B.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, but that's the problem. And, I mean, actually, that's what happened in Syria, you know. The Russians and the Americans were working together to stop Assad from sort of mowing down his people. And the Russians then realised the Americans wanted regime change, as happened in Iraq, where they promised that's not what they were going for. And the Russians withdrew, and then we got Assad for much longer. So, actually, I mean, it's this... And we know that Trump gets bored of things quite fast. I am very worried. If I was in Venezuela, whoever I supported,
what happens next? Yeah, who takes over?
Charlie?
Well, I think there are two things here. First of all, Venezuela itself as a country, what's happened there and its relationship with the US, and then there's Donald Trump as an individual and the action that he's decided to take. Venezuela as a country used to be one of the most richest Latin American, South American countries in that region. Over the years of which President Nicolas Maduro has been there, and under the socialist regime that it was before, it has declined. It is now one of the poorest. Millions of Venezuelans have left the country. They still suffer from blackouts in terms of electricity. Inflation is high. There is gang criminality. People are obviously, when you suffer in terms of huge poverty, crime increases, so you see the gang violence, and people flee. And that's why you've seen an influx of people, leaving Venezuela, but also going to America. So there is a problem for America when it comes to things like illegal immigration and immigration itself, because of that influx of Venezuelans, but also because of the crime on the doorstep, the criminal gangs that can enter America, and through the cartels that Donald Trump has talked about in the past. So it is an American problem. It can be for the president.
But Donald Trump is the very man who says we cannot go on policing the world.
He does. You're absolutely right.
No more foreign wars.
But you're absolutely right. So what is in it for Donald Trump, you could argue? A moot point, very minor, but one that I don't think could be absent from the president's mind, given how much we know about the president. But when you don't win the Nobel Peace Prize, but the winner is Marina Corina Machado, who was the opposition leader in Venezuela, who won the election. International authorities recognise that she won 18 months ago in 2024, but because of the dictator that Nicolas Maduro is, he clung on. So he shouldn't be there anyway. So what better way to try and look favourably for the Nobel Peace Prize team if you actually support the winner of this year because of all of the things that she's doing.
She's made it absolutely clear that she doesn't support Trump.
Yeah, but
that she's worried about what he's doing in Venezuela.
But hold on a minute, because originally you posed a question, and it's a really legitimate one. You go in, you do this, what happens? You never know what you end up with. Well, you've got someone standing in the wings who is internationally recognised, basically won the Democratic vote 18 months ago, who could walk... You know, if he goes, she can walk into this.
She can. She
can.
So
that's a positive thing.
I mean, it's a positive thing that so she won the election, but actually it's still completely chaotic. I mean, you know, to begin by bombing a city, right, and bombing ports is so, you know.
No, but you've got to start with that sort of infrastructure. I mean, you've got to bomb the military targets and that infrastructure.
Maybe you don't.
But really, but then. And I get what you're saying, and you don't have to be behind it. But then the argument is, will anything ever change? Can you influence any change at all, or just let this carry on ad infinitum?
Nothing ever carries stories. I mean, we all know there's always change.
But wars always end like this, don't they, in chaos?
Well, yes, more often than not. But you're absolutely right. What you're both sort of talking about now is because of what happens afterwards, the clean-up effect, but also how does it affect the international, community and standing order. So Venezuela, currently under Nicolas Maduro, supported by, you guessed it, Russia, Iran, China, an alliance that is forming that is clearly anti-Western, that President Trump also wants to, and where has he intervened? You guessed it, Syria, Iran, and obviously is having tough negotiations or conversations, you would hope, with President Putin in order to bring about the conflict in Ukraine to an end. Now, it is a flexing of Trump's muscles to say, anybody thinks about messing with us, this is what's going to happen. Just look at what's happening next door in Venezuela. With the greatest of respect, and it may sound crude, I'm no international defence expert, but the conflicts that are taking place in the Middle East, because of the geography and culture and all the rest of it, are maybe slightly more difficult than dealing with something on your own backyard. I think dealing with Venezuela is easier than some of the other conflicts.
Well, clearly this is going to develop over the next few hours, let alone days and weeks. We'll keep you appraised. Right now, here's time for the weather.
It's a brand new year and we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize to date.
£85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
And we've come to the Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Thank you, Matt. Let's hear now from the King.
This is a season when our thoughts turn to celebrations with our friends and families. In the midst of this festive period, I just wanted to ask you to join me today in finding a special place in your hearts and your minds and prayers for the hundreds of thousands of people across our United Kingdom who receive a cancer diagnosis each year, and for the millions more who love and care for them. I know from my own experience that a cancer diagnosis can feel overwhelming. Yet I also know that early detection is the key that can transform treatment journeys, giving invaluable time to medical teams and to their patients the precious gift of hope. These are gifts we can all help deliver. Throughout my own cancer journey, I've been profoundly moved by what I can only call the community of care that surrounds every cancer patient, the specialists, the nurses, researchers and volunteers who work tirelessly to save and improve lives. But I have also learned something that troubles me deeply. At least 9 million people in our country are not up to date with the cancer screenings available to them. When bowel cancer is caught at the earliest stage, around 9 in 10 people survive for at least 5 years. When diagnosed late, that falls to just 1 in 10. Early diagnosis quite simply saves lives.
Well, breaking news this morning as Venezuela declares a state of national emergency. There are explosions in Caracas. Aircraft are flying over. It looks like an attack is underway.
And of course, this is all happening at a moment of heightened tension between the US and Venezuela. Reports are coming in already that President Trump did indeed order these apparent attacks.
Also this morning, we're seeing for the first time faces of missing teenagers feared dead after the Swiss bar blaze. Amongst them, 15-year-old Charlotte Nedam, who was for a time educated in a British school.
Whilst the youngest, still unaccounted for, are 15 and 14-year-old sisters Alicia and Diana Gonset.
The ski bar owners say no safety rules were broken. We know at least 47 people are dead and 119 very seriously injured.
As to politics here in Britain, it's looking to be another extraordinary year, with Reform and the Greens up in the polls. Could Nigel Farage and Zach Polanski hold on to their gains? And will Sir Keir Starmer still be Prime Minister at the end of this year?
After a charity volunteer of 14 years was blacklisted for flagging spelling errors on an organisation's website, we've been wondering whether society has stopped caring about spelling and grammar.
And there's also news that Brighton's iconic Palace Pier is up for sale. If you've got the money for it, it's an undisclosed amount, as we understand at the moment.
The eyes of the sporting world will be fixed on London's Ali Pali tonight as teenager Luke Littler looks to retain his PDC world title when he takes on 23-year-old Dutchman Jan van Veen. Both men powered through their semi-finals yesterday. They'll contest the final for the prize of £1 million.
Lots of crisp sunshine to be had this weekend, but it is going to be bitterly cold with a northerly wind bringing plenty of snow showers and areas exposed to that. Stick around to find out what the weather's looking like where you are.
It's just gone 9 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
So the breaking news this morning is what's happening in Venezuela, over the capital Caracas at the moment. The president, Nicolas Maduro, has declared a state of national emergency. That's as loud explosions and low-flying aircraft were heard across the capital.
And of course this comes at a very heightened time. Lots of tension between the US and Venezuela that we know about. Reports are coming in, though, this morning that President Trump did indeed order those apparent attacks.
Let's talk to our national reporter, Charlie Peters. So we need to ask first and foremost, Charlie, why? Why would he do this?
Well, he wants Maduro out of office, and there are several reasons behind that. We have seen the US military operating in the Caribbean and around the East Pacific for now several months. Since September, they've been conducting dozens of lethal strikes against what they describe as narco-terrorists, with flows of alleged drug cartel boats moving into North America, and that has been the pretense for a significant deployment of multiple US Navy warships, including the USS Gerald Ford, which is the largest aircraft carrier in the world, and its associated carrier strike group. Now, we have heard from a senator, a member of the Senate's Foreign Relations Committee, who warned against any US military involvement in Venezuela, saying that the US has no vital national interests in Venezuela to justify the war. However, we do know that the Trump administration takes a rather different position. And Stephen, Venezuela is an oil country. It has plenty of natural resources that could interest the US government, and more generally, it takes a wider opposition to Nicolas Maduro's government. And the Venezuelan opposition has this morning declined to comment on the ongoing situation. A very curious stance for a politician involved in...
Just remind us what happened politically in Venezuela.
Well, since Hugo Chavez, there has been a tremendous degree of upheaval, but under the control of Nicolas Maduro, there has been, which is a regime, I think we're quite comfortable to say that.
Although they claim to have won a democratic election.
Precisely, and that democratic election, which you're referring to in inverted commas, has been the source of a lot of controversy, and there are opposition groups who are allied to the United States and wider Western interests who want to see Maduro gone. As we know that in the wider strategic interest here, the US government has openly been operating in Venezuela for a long time. We know that the CIA has been conducting operations there since October. Who will they be engaging with? Well, first and foremost, allies of the United States and those who they wish to turn into useful allies of the United States. That will start with opponents to Nicolas Maduro. But taking us to the tactical situation now, and some of the pictures we're seeing now of people on the street. If I could just go to some other pictures of some of the destruction and the offensive activity we've seen today. As far as I can tell, at the moment, there have been 5 key locations that have been targeted. What we're showing now is La Guaira, which is a port, the main port of Venezuela, but it's not the only critical infrastructure that has been targeted by the US military. They've also targeted an airbase in the state of Miranda, El Volcan, which is the main signal antenna for the region, so targeting their communications capabilities right at the start. La Carlota, which is the main airbase in Caracas, and Fuerte Tiuna, which is the main military base in the capital. That's being shared online. Plenty of footage circulating online, including this we're seeing now of Venezuelan soldiers deploying to the streets. We have seen some wheeled vehicles from the US military, from the Venezuelan military. And we've also heard from the US embassy in Venezuela saying that people should not travel to Venezuela, and they should also, people in there should shelter in place. Now, that means, as far as I can tell, only 2 US government agencies have commented on this strike. First, the Federal Aviation Authority saying don't travel to Venezuela and commenting on civil airspace, but also now the US Embassy in Venezuela, commenting, by the way, several hours after strikes have started. Quite a delayed response.
It seems odd that we haven't heard anything from the White House yet. I mean, I know it's very early doors there, but even so, you'd think you'd want something, because, I mean, clearly they are reliant on, and they must have, they've been in there, as you say, a long time. They must have the intelligence to say, if we carry out this decisive action, then we will get a response from the Venezuelan opposition and the Venezuelan people in support of this.
There's been condemnation of the attack from Cuba and Iran, obviously long-term opponents to the United States. But what is perhaps quite curious, Stephen and Anne, is that no senior Venezuelan government official or military officer has made a public demonstration or appearance since the start of these attacks, which have now eased up. So in the last hour or so, there have not been any explosions, but there is quite a lot of ongoing activity over the city, people reporting hearing military planes. And of course, we did see those Chinooks from which we assessed to be from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, so US Army Special Operations Airborne Forces moving into Caracas. They appeared to be those Chinooks, which would suggest that they're either deploying or recovering humans, personnel, assets in the area. But there's been no more explosions. It does suggest that the first phase of these targeting strikes have now been completed. They'll be going into the next phase of the targeting matrix, would be to exploit and analyse what's gone on. They'll be assessing those areas that they've struck to see who goes there, what sort of repairs are made, what's still moving, what's operational, are there still communicational capabilities inside that main signal antenna, is there movement at those ports and air bases.
Could they be preparing for a larger invasion force of some sort?
I think that's a realistic possibility, particularly with the sort of expeditionary units that they've deployed into, into the southern Caribbean. I mean, there are thousands of Marines there, and the 22nd Marine Expedition Unit, it specialises in precisely this form of operation, which is deploying amphibious infantry onto the ground of an area after it has been softened up by US naval and air force assets.
It's a different game, though, isn't it, that one? Because something, if it stayed at this sort of level, it has an impact without any risk of casualty to the US. You start sending people in, unfortunately, that changes the game significantly, as we know, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And for the US military to operate in that manner, you would expect them to involve Congress. But what we're hearing from CNN this morning is that the US Senate's Armed Services Committee was not notified of these potential military strikes. That could hamper his actions. But, you know,
But if you're going to make a surprise attack on someone, you don't go through Congress, do you?
Not necessarily Congress, but there are, committees and secretive actions you can take notifying the wider US government and its various machinery. But when you look at what Donald Trump tries to do domestically, he is hampered all the time by Congress. And it almost seems, sometimes watching him perhaps taking these strikes against ISIS in Nigeria on Christmas Day, that this is the one area where Donald Trump has executive power to do as he pleases without waiting for a debate or a vote or a discussion. He can just get on with it. This is one of the few powers still left that he has, where he isn't being frustrated by opposition. But that will, of course, raise so many questions about the preparedness and also the American public's interest in another conflict like this. Do they want this sort of level of action? Now, we should say that opposition leader who we haven't heard from yet, Maria Machado, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in October. Now, she has been speaking about Maduro's imminent downfall. After that award in October, she said, with or without negotiation, Maduro is leaving. The opposition wants him to go. She has been vocally supportive and calling for US military pressure on Maduro, but she's not gone on to say that a full invasion will need it to happen. She has said, quote, Maduro started this war and Trump is finishing it. They've been preparing in the Venezuelan government for targeted strikes, drone, rocket, missile strikes. They know that these assets have been floating around and they'll be hearing those military planes above them even still now, especially after seeing the US president deploy those B-2 strategic bombers to Iran earlier this year, those nuclear sites in June, the strikes on Nigeria on Christmas Day, ongoing activity in Syria after some US personnel were killed there recently. So they'll be preparing for this moment, but I think everyone in the Venezuelan government, even the most fanatical of supporters to Maduro, will know they can't withstand US military pressure.
No, indeed. And that begs a question, and we're seeing a lot of military activity on the streets now of the capital and surrounding the presidential palace and what have you. And I guess we don't know at this stage, but will the army stand by him? Because if they don't, he's finished.
Yes, but he doesn't just have an army. There are there's no shortage, precisely, Stephen. There's no shortage of regime groups and militias who would stand up to be loyal to him, even in the most desperate of scenarios. And people in Venezuela and people watching this right now will also be thinking, could they restore an alternative to Maduro who's even more oppressive?
Yes.
Which is why a lot of foreign policy commentators who want Maduro to go, but don't necessarily think that military strikes are the best way, they thought that a more sustainable option, rather than perhaps what we're seeing play out right now, would be, internationally recognised negotiations and serious pressure. But it looks like the talking is over, and we could now see the US military step up to a full invasion. This will be a warning shot, I think, to Maduro. He's had plenty of warnings, and now there are strikes in his capital. The message from the US government, and I think the silence is indicative of what could come next, is act now, leave, resign, quit this, or prepare for the full weight of the US military.
And up against the full weight of the US military, they wouldn't stand a chance, would they?
Not a hope in hell.
No.
All right, Charlie, more from you a little bit later on. We just want to have a reflect on what's happened in Switzerland. Beyond awful situation. Officials looking into the fire at that Swiss bar on New Year's Eve, or early hours of New Year's Day. We know 119 people were injured, most of those very, very seriously, and at least 47 dead. And we now think it's pretty clear that those sort of sparklers, if you like, strapped to champagne bottles, started this off.
Yes, investigators are saying at this early stage that everything suggests the fire started from those burning candles. That's the word they used, but people call them sparklers, other people call them, they're like Roman candles, but they're basically fireworks, and that they were far too close to the ceiling.
We're getting not only details of victims, but the missing. I mean, the problem with this is that people have been so badly injured, even some of the injured themselves haven't been identified yet, never mind all of the dead. A student who briefly studied in England is one of those missing. She's 15-year-old Charlotte Nidham. She actually holds French and Israeli citizenship.
Yeah, and for a while she was at school here in Britain. Let's speak to the UK representative for Crans-Montana Tourism, Rob Stewart, who joins us now. Rob, the world is in shock at what happened. You can't really get your head around the awfulness of what happened, but I can only imagine what it's done to the local community. What are your feelings, and what is the feeling of the community?
Yeah, morning, Anne. Yeah, just sadness and shock. Right now, I've been speaking to people in Crans-Montana, and it's an unbelievable situation. Like you say, it's a community that is very close, a community that feels like everybody knows each other, a relatively small community considering the amount of people that will visit Crans-Montana during the year, both summer and winter. The numbers are large, but of course the community itself is a very tight-knit community, around 10 to 15,000 people. And that gives you a sense of, I think people there, you know, first of all, are still in shock. They're still in mourning, and they will be for obviously for a very long time. This is something that nobody would have expected to happen. And it's obviously shocking, and people are just, you know, just very sad right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, we're talking to an expert earlier on, and people are wanting to know how this could happen, and he was saying one of the problems seems to be that not just regulation for these sort of things, but how it has been regulated, how it has been monitored. And the problem is, if there are questions over that, that's going to be bad for the tourism industry for that region for a very long time.
Yeah, I think it's really important for us to look at what the authorities come up with in their investigation. And we know that the authorities will investigate this thoroughly. We know we will get answers to these questions. And from there, you know, people will be able to understand better what has happened, why it has happened. These kind of incidents are incredibly rare. I've been traveling to the Alps as a region pretty much all my life, certainly all my working life. I've been working in the winter sports industry, if you like, the tourism industry for over 30 years. I've visited a lot of places, and I've always felt very safe in the mountains. It sounds ironic in some ways when you stand on a mountain and you ski down it. Of course, there are elements of danger, relatively small elements of danger in some ways to that, but there are elements of danger to that. But I've always felt it's a very safe place. The communities, the towns are very friendly, and I think for this sort of thing to happen is even more shocking. I think it's clearly a horrible accident that is, when you look at it, is an isolated incident. We need to wait for the investigation to fully understand what really happened.
Yeah, I mean, I know there are a lot of people watching right now who are saying it obviously was a terrible accident by the look of it, but it was almost, when you look at the video, you can't help but think that was an accident waiting to happen. It's the fact that it was in a basement, that it had foam sort of cladding on the ceiling, sound insulation, apparently. The fact that there were fireworks there that were held up so close. And there is video, and we're even seeing one of the stills of it now, of what appears to be, you know, the ceiling catching fire. Young people going mad, 14 and 15-year-olds on New Year's Eve in a basement with only one exit. The fact that people are complaining that there weren't enough fire extinguishers and that there weren't enough exits. It almost does scream at you that this should have been predictable and should have been avoidable. You can't help but think that. And from a tourism point of view, you'd think, well, if I had a teenager, I wouldn't let them anywhere near the place.
Yeah, we have to wait for the details on these kind of safety issues from the authorities to fully understand all of those things you've just mentioned. I mean, obviously, you know, it's a terrible, terrible incident, and what we know is, you know, 40 people have died in this incident. Over 100 people have been badly injured, and right now, what's the priority for the Swiss authorities in particular is with the families of the victims, and they have to care for those families. They have to inform those families. And I think sometimes what isn't, and I know it's human nature, of course, to look at these things and to ask these questions and to try and understand what's happened. But we do have to you know, really respect the family's situation at the moment. There are people there that are waiting for news, and this is the hardest thing for everybody to try and deal with right now. Those questions will need to be answered. You know, those things will need to be looked at. But right now, for people in Crans-Montana and anybody involved in the town, you know, there's nothing we can change from what's happened in this incident. We need to have, you know, we need to respect the family and let the authorities deal with that in the right way.
OK. Rob, we appreciate your time.
Yeah, we really do.
Thanks very much indeed.
It's one of those terrible incidents that, for a place that you might never have heard of in your life before, you'll always know it now because it was the scene of a terrible, terrible tragedy.
I dread to think what the final deaths are. We may not know for a long time. It's absolutely heartbreaking. I think he makes a good point, though, when he says for the people there, I mean, yes, they will be wanting to know why and how and all that sort of business, but at the minute, it's just too raw.
It is raw, but you can also understand the instinctive feeling that you get when you watch those videos. You think, why were they doing that?
Yeah.
How come somebody didn't stop that?
Looks obvious now, doesn't it?
It does, yes. Terrible. Absolutely dreadful.
Anyway, look, don't go anywhere. We've got lots more coming up, including the very latest from Venezuela, as President Trump reportedly orders strikes on the nation's capital, Caracas. More in a moment.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray. Are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get us on the BBC. Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays here only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m.
Only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Right, 9:25. We're talking Venezuela with Scarlett Maguire and Charlie Rowley. But first, Charlie Peters has got some breaking news.
Yes, well, the Venezuelan president, the leader Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, they've been flown out of the country. The US President Donald Trump has announced on his social media platform, Truth Social, that the United States military has captured Maduro, the Venezuelan leader, his wife, and that they have been flown out of Venezuela. We can bring you up that social media post now on Truth Social. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. He says that details are to follow, and there will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. That'll be 4 p.m. our time. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump, in capitals at the end. Now, earlier, Stephen and Anne, we were seeing footage from the 160th Special Aviation Regiment from the US Army's Special Operations Forces. And we saw what appeared to be those Chinook aircraft, which are part of the Night Stalkers, as they are known. They're key kit and equipment. There are no dual-rotor aircraft in the entirety of the Venezuelan military, so it's highly likely that they are from that US military group. Now, we were speaking about what they could be doing. They could have been dropping people into Caracas, or they could have been recovering them. Now, based on what we've just heard from the US president, I think there's a realistic possibility that those Chinooks that we saw flying into the capital were being used for that purpose. Now, at this point, we don't know the details of how that operation has been conducted and which units were involved. But based on what the US military has, there is no other unit better suited for that job.
But the big question now is, if Maduro is out of the country and in the custody of the United States, it's what happens next now, and whether the opposition leader has actually been briefed on this and was prepared to do something once Maduro was out. Because otherwise, you're facing potential chaos.
Do we know where she is?
We've heard nothing from her, which is very curious, from the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, who has been a very vocal critic, of course, of Maduro, but also very supportive of the US military's posture in the Southern Caribbean for the last few months, has said that with or without negotiation, Maduro is leaving. Well, it appears that it has happened early this morning without negotiation, that he has been taken out of the country, captured, I would assume, with a mixture of CIA Special Activities Division operatives attached to Delta Force being flown in by those Night Stalkers. Details of that operation will come later, but for an operation of that high importance, and that would require the absolute best in the entirety of the US government's arsenal, I can't imagine any other forces being used. Now, obviously, Donald Trump has long advocated restraint in his foreign policy. He has complained about US meddling overseas from previous presidents. He has been frustrated by forever wars. But in the last couple of weeks, while on holiday in Florida, he has been extremely busy in foreign policy, launching a barrage of strikes in Syria. We've seen those targeted strikes on what he says were ISIS terrorists in Nigeria on Christmas Day. And now, one of the most dramatic US military operations of the 21st century, removing Nicolas Maduro, we would presume from the presidential, from his home, along with his wife, being flown out of the country. We don't know where to, another key question to ask, potentially to Puerto Rico, where we know that the US military has been gathering those Reaper drones in recent months, which were highly likely a part of these strikes that we've seen overnight in the early hours in Maduro. Now, many people, many opposition leaders in Venezuela, Stephen, and indeed commentators in the United States, didn't want Maduro to be held at gunpoint. They didn't want it to get to this stage. They would rather have had a sustainable, peaceful transition. That requires both sides to be willing to play that game, and it appears that neither has really wanted it to happen. Indeed, since October, Donald Trump has been saying that his days are numbered. That is serious fighting talk, and is speaking about a man with a $50 million bounty on his head.
And yet the attempt to capture him, which appears to be successful, has been very swiftly done.
Absolutely. It's been rapid, as you'd expect from US military.
And conducted, ironically, from Mar-a-Lago.
Yes, well, he describes it as the southern White House. You would expect, wouldn't you, Anne and Stephen, for an operation of this magnitude to be taking place in the Situation Room of the United States. Perhaps there are alternative arrangements for the president in his Mar-a-Lago estate. Just one more bit of breaking news to bring you now. We have heard from the Venezuelan defence minister, who said that they reject the presence of foreign troops and that the country will resist. Well, if they intend to conduct that resistance, whether it's through the Venezuelan military or militia groups aligned to Maduro, they will be doing so without their leader, its president, in the country, because he, along with his wife, has been extracted and taken out of the country by US forces.
All right, Charlie, thank you. More on this with Scarlett and Charlie Rowley in just a moment.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Well, here at Holbrook Animal Rescue, they're being forced to relocate, and if they can't find a suitable alternative, they'll even be at risk of closing. And I've seen the amazing work that they've done here. Just earlier we met a dog called Essie, who has just found her almost a possible forever home literally in the time that we were here. She only came here a couple of days ago, so it's really great work that they do for all animals. Like this one here, this is Torn, he's just a puppy, and I'm also joined by Laura Santini, who runs the shelter. Tell us a bit about Torn here.
So this is just a little fellow that came in, no fault of his own. The people just couldn't cope with him. So he's lively, and he's a half shepherd, half Labrador.
What kind of impact would the possible relocation or even closure have on dogs like this one and all the other animals you have here?
Well, simply that we wouldn't be able to take them. So if the next one comes up like this and we've got nowhere to go, then we just can't take them, obviously. So what happens to them at that point, I don't know, because we don't just take beautiful pups like this. We take the old and the sick and the dogs that other people don't necessarily want to take. So I can't imagine what would happen to some of them. So I don't know. It's sad. It's just a sad situation.
And you've had quite a lot of support from the community here in trying to relocate. What's been there for you in terms of support?
They're absolutely incredible. They've sent 1,000 letters into the council to try and support us and help us and let everyone see the light that, you know, you do actually need animal sanctuaries around. You can't shut them all down. We're always getting phone calls saying how much people like what we do and hope we get our plan in appeal when it goes through and things like that.
GB News, the People's Channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
9:34, right, Scarlett Maguire and Charlie Rowley here. Let's get some analysis on what we're seeing then. I mean, this has happened extremely quickly. These attacks on Venezuela, and then this word from Donald Trump. They've got Maduro, they've got his wife, they've got them out. This is fast work.
It's fast work. It's obviously been incredibly well planned, as that Charlie was saying, that it's been planned for months, that they've been building up, they've had intelligence, plus lots and lots of threats for a long time. What happens to Maduro and his wife? I mean, presumably they will be tried, they will be jailed. One doesn't quite know where and how. On the other hand, in Venezuela itself, the Minister for Defence says we're going to defend Venezuela. So actually, we now have the beginnings of a civil war, which might be over very, very fast because there is a whole question about how much support Maduro actually had.
Which is interesting because obviously the opposition leader, who basically won the last election but it wasn't allowed to take office, she's been very quiet at this point. You wonder if she's getting everything in order to basically walk into the presidential palace and...
Well, to be escorted by the Americans into the presidential palace.
There's got to be a plan there.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not entirely sure that she would want to be seen being escorted in by the Americans because, you know, when you want to win over, obviously, look, she won that election. There's no doubt about that 18 months ago. That's what international observers that were there at the time all said. That's just, you know, we were fully aware of the successive elections that Maduro has supposedly won, tickling on to power. I think what will obviously be happening now is there'll be, the Defence Minister, the current Defence Minister, Antonio Maduro, has obviously come out to say that we're going to respond. Is he, therefore, assuming power himself? What is going to happen within the Maduro entourage?
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Because somebody's got to take that position. Now, either the Americans escort her in, and then she has got the position, so there isn't a vacuum, or the other man, whose name we don't know at the moment, the Minister of Defence, or whatever.
Exactly. And
he will do it if we're not careful.
Totally. And look, you know, to Scarlett's point, right, I think there is so much tension in Venezuela because for so long people have wanted to get rid of Maduro. I think there will be people who, obviously, you know, this is happening at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning in Venezuela. So, I mean, obviously people will be, I'm sure, aware of it by now. But when they're waking up, when they can actually come out in daylight, there'll be hundreds of thousands of people taking to the streets in support of his removal. I'm sure that will... you know, it is a place where there is a lot of gun activity, there's a lot of gang activity. So we probably will see violence on the streets because of that civil war, but because of the elation of getting rid of Maduro, but also he will have some supporters there. So the question is, what happens next now? So, you know, does the Maduro regime hold on? Is it just bluster and bravado that we see so many times from these kinds of regimes, that dictators that sort of cling on to power? Or will, in the small hours of the morning, Maria Corina Machado, will she be able to just gracefully but forcefully, if you can balance those two, to say, look, there is only one person now that can bring this to an end. That was the decision of the Americans, but for Venezuela, I'm stepping into that role. I am the official opposition anyway, despite Maduro's attempts to get rid of her and to keep her off the ballot. So it is a normal assumption for stability and for good governance that she should assume that role and she should bring about...
But you're... Oh, sorry. I was going to say, but you're right. The question is how does she go in? So because we know that Trump likes to take the credit, right? So will will his troops escort her in, or will actually, as she would prefer, to be escorted by Venezuelans?
Depends whether... I mean, it depends what we see on the streets. It depends what the armed forces do.
Yeah. Who they go for.
Who they go for. But it also depends partly, doesn't it, on the international reaction to this, you know, and whether we like him or not, you know, what Keir Starmer says, as well as the presidents of France and the Chancellor of Germany, they've got to start saying things about this now pretty rapidly, now that we know Maduro's out of the picture.
And also Putin the others. I mean, there's one thing for the West, and there's the other thing for the rest of the world, and what they say. I mean, it's not going to go away soon.
Well, Putin and Russia and China have been conspicuously silent up until now.
Yes,
which is interesting. I mean, that's good, isn't it? Basically, saying nothing is probably the best we can hope for.
Yeah, but you're right. It moves. I mean, Venezuela has to sort itself out, has to be sorted out, sort itself out, which I think will take time. I mean, but it might be. I mean, if the army go over, if the army think it's over, the generals will say we'll support the Americans, which might easily happen. That's one thing, but then you're right. You've got an international stage. I mean, my thinking is that the Europeans come out with Trump and say, yes, he was a terrible dictator. He cheated his way in, and it's about time that the Venezuelans could have democracy.
Yes, European leaders have been very quiet thus far.
They'll be watching it like hawks.
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You're absolutely right. I think Europe and the West will welcome this, but they'll also want a peaceful conclusion as quickly as possible because of, as you say, Stephen, the links that Venezuela has to China, Russia, Iran. That is an alliance that is being formed that we constantly hear about, flexes its muscles. Certainly, China and Venezuela had a conflict. So had a deep connection over economic ties. Because the economy in Venezuela has been failing for so long under a dictator, a communist sort of regime. So obviously lots in common with China.
All right, you two, back to you in a moment. Charlie Peters, any updates?
Yes, the US President has given a brief phone interview to the New York Times when he has celebrated the success of his mission to capture Nicolas Maduro. And, quote, he says, a lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people were involved. He said it was a brilliant operation, actually. And regardless of your political perspective on the administration of Donald Trump, I think everyone from a military perspective can agree that it has been swift and highly effective.
It's been textbook, hasn't it?
But he was asked if he sought congressional authority and for what is going to happen next in Venezuela. And Trump said that he will address those matters during his news conference at Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m. his time, which will be 4 p.m. here in the United Kingdom. And we're just hearing from Scarlett and Charlie about what the Venezuelan opposition might do. I think it's good to take a step back a little bit and just think about the recent history and what has been going on with Maria Machado and what she's been saying for so long now, because when she was a relatively minor figure in 2014, she broke away from basically the most of the opposition to pursue what they called La Salida, or the way out, which was inspiring and led to months of those mass demonstrations. We saw crackdowns in 2017 and 2019. 43 people died in those original responses when this new method went ahead. She has concluded since then that the only way to get rid of Maduro, a man who has clung on to power despite losing elections which have been officially verified, is military intervention, foreign military intervention. She won the Nobel Peace Prize recently in association for her campaigns in Venezuela and her defiance, having been the opposition being electorally victorious but shut out due to the regime's actions. And 8 hours ago, the Nobel Peace Prize on Twitter, on X, shared a quote from her saying, "Freedom is not something we wait for, but something we become. It is a deliberate personal choice."
Oh, it sounds like perfect timing,
indeed.
doesn't it?
And while we've heard nothing from her this morning, I think those words shared by the Nobel Peace Prize will be echoing in her supporters this morning in Caracas, where the regime's leader is no longer present. But many of the opposition figures will be plotting to do what's next. So we have heard that message of defiance from the Venezuelan regime. We've heard from their defense minister, Vladimir Lopez, who said that they reject the presence of foreign troops and that the country will resist. But that resistance will be led without Maduro. And while they reject the presence of foreign troops, rejection is one thing, force is another. At the moment, they severely lack the capabilities to take on the firepower they've already endured and what could await them next. So the latest update you've heard from Donald Trump, saying that it was a brilliant operation, that he'll share details later about congressional authority for what's going to come up next. That will be very curious, of course, but there's no other way of putting it, really. This is uncharted territory. This is a major turning point in the history of South America, but also of the United States and its operations in that region. The US and many other foreign countries obviously have not recognised Maduro as a legitimate president. For that reason, there could be a great legal basis for the operation they've taken at the moment. There's an exiled rightful president in Edmundo Gonzalez, who was said to have won that election last year. We've got Maria Machado also viscerally opposing this regime and calling for foreign intervention. It seems that she and many of her supporters have got their wish tonight. The question is, what could follow it now? Will we see more strikes? There's a period of eerie calm now above the skies of Caracas. The skies are now dark, awaiting dawn, no longer filled with those bright explosions from rocket, missile and almost certainly drone strikes as well. Key military locations and logistical support areas throughout the country have been struck. Their largest airbase, their largest ports, their main signal antenna of El Volcan. Frankly, Venezuela is on its knees. It doesn't have a leader, and President Trump has thousands of Marines just around the corner.
And you can just imagine what it's like. It must be both terrifying and incredibly exciting to be an ordinary family in Caracas this morning.
Depends what you're...
Listening to the banging, listening to maybe being able to get some international news and really not knowing the truth yet.
What's going on? Yeah, well...
Well, and more important, knowing not what's going to happen next.
Well, yeah.
That's the dread, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, look, we're going to get more with Charlie Rowley and Scarlett Maguire in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're
the failure is...
deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Well, look, the situation in Venezuela has clearly been in the planning for a long time, but from what we've actually seen, it's happened very quickly. Those airstrikes happening maybe 90 minutes, 2 hours ago, to the point where 30 minutes ago we found out that President Maduro and his wife are now in American custody and are out the country, flown out. So it's a case of what do we make of it all and what happens next? Scarlett Maguire and Charlie Rowley. Scarlett?
What happens next? Well, if it goes well, what happens next is that the Americans will install either Gonzalez, who technically won the election but lost it, or Maria Machado, and it will be a very peaceful transition. That is what they want. There is absolutely no question.
But the problem you've got is the word install.
Yes.
It needs to be seen as something being more internal, doesn't it?
Yeah, but if you want to do it fast, you have to... I mean, basically, by the end of today in Venezuela, which will be the middle of our night, something needs to have happened. Because otherwise, I mean, you have a vacuum. We already know that government troops are going to oppose the Americans. I mean, the last thing they want is a civil war. And actually, if you can transition fast...
I mean, there is a very active militia, but I don't know whether government... I don't know what the generals will do.
Well,
I don't know.
That's exactly it, because the military is run by and have supported Maduro. That's the only reason why he's been able to stay in for so long. I think it's Edmund Gonzalez that, yes, did win the election, but he was only on the ballot because Maduro had barred the real...
Oh, yes, I was just...
Maria, you're absolutely right. So I think this is obviously a domestic issue for the US because of the amount of Venezuelans that have fled the country because of the poverty, because of the destruction that's basically taken place.
And you've got a drug issue.
And you've got a drug gangs issue and all the rest of it, so those people have fled into the US, so that's why it's in Donald Trump's interest to try and bring that to a halt. But it's also an international one now because Maduro has also been supported by, as we talked about before, Iran, China, Russia. These are people who are rivals to the US, whether it's on the economy. Will this play out in conversations like with Ukraine, so how can Donald Trump now also pick up the phone to President Putin, who has supported Maduro, to say, right, come on now, let's bring this conflict to an end in Ukraine?
Yes, you've also got Iran is teetering on the edge of change at the moment, they say.
Well, and being pushed... I mean, remember that Trump has threatened Iran that if they kill peaceful protesters, which they have a history of doing, that he'll do something. Quite what, we don't know. I mean,
Iran will be watching this situation in Venezuela unfold and think, what the heck are we doing?
Yeah, totally. And I hope from just my own research and knowledge that because of the amount of people who have left Venezuela, who people that I speak to want to return. They've only fled because it's a beautiful country. I mean, it'd be beautiful. Would be a wonderful holiday destination for all of us. But they want to return, but they've been forced out because I would hope that the overwhelming majority of Venezuelans that voted in the last election to vote for Maria Corina Machado, that obviously didn't see that come to pass because she was blocked, they will want to see her there. They will take to the streets. They're a passionate bunch of people.
And don't you think
this
operation looks, at the moment, and hopefully is, so well planned that they will also have gauged the temperature of the public, of the people, and of where it's going to go. And we've heard that Maduro has been captured. We don't know who else might have been. Has America cut the head off the snake here?
Yeah, I mean, what we don't want is what happened in Chile in the 70s, where actually anybody who had anything to do with Allende, who was deposed and then killed by people supporting the American forces. You know, there were mass killings. It was awful. I mean, what we want in Venezuela is peace. We want as peaceful a transition as possible.
No, absolutely.
And not revenge killings. I mean, that's when everything begins to go wrong.
Very briefly, obviously, the issue now is that the Venezuelan military can't really respond to the US. They don't have the capability, the firepower. But will they turn it on their own people? That's the problem.
Well, the way to follow it is to stay tuned. We'll keep you up to date. Up next is Saturday Morning Live.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm here with your GB News weather update, coming to you from the Met Office. As we go through this weekend, we're going to stick with that cold northerly wind. That's actually going to lead to even colder air pushing in across us. And in areas exposed to that northerly wind, we're going to continue to see plenty of showers. And these are readily falling as snow, particularly across northern parts of Scotland. Significant accumulations here and some blowing snow, an extra hazard. But also snow showers through today across parts of Northern Ireland, Western Wales, South West England, and also a fair few clipping into some eastern parts of England too. Away from the showers, so more inland areas, a lot of dry sunny weather to be had, but that cold air does mean temperatures well below average for the time of year, feeling bitterly cold indeed. Sticking with more showers as we go through into this evening across the northern half of Scotland, we're going to continue to see those snow totals building up 30-40 centimetres perhaps over the highest routes. Some difficult driving conditions as well, because ice will be a problem not only across northern Scotland, also across parts of Northern Ireland too. Drier for southern Scotland, much of England and Wales, just those western and eastern fringes still seeing a few showers. And where we get those showers, even if you haven't seen much snow, we could see some wet surfaces, so some icy patches a problem as well as we go through into tomorrow morning. Drier areas having a lot of clear skies through the night. As a result, temperatures plummeting. We're going to see many places falling several degrees below freezing. A harsh frost for most of us through Sunday morning. A very cold start to the day indeed, but again it is going to be another bright, often sunny start for most places. Worth noting the winds change direction ever so slightly, still generally coming from that cold northerly direction, but they back just a little bit. As a result, we're going to see fewer showers down the eastern side of the country as we go through tomorrow compared to today, and a few more feeding a bit further inland across parts of Wales and maybe southwest England, and some of them could be wintry. Again, temperatures on the low side, feeling crisp but cold.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello from the Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland. We're on an amazing Arctic adventure to celebrate our greatest cash giveaway, a simply stunning £85,000. And in 2026, we're giving you the chance to win it all.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
I think it's just good, honest, humble food. And yeah, as people get away from the ultra-processed stuff and get back to their roots, and what's better than a good jacket potato?
Do you know what? Sales of jacket spuds have gone through the roof. The big potatoes at Waitrose. There's been a 178% increase in people looking at recipes. And I just think it's wholesome, it's affordable, it's comfortable, it makes you feel good, it's back to basics. That, I think, at the moment, sums up the nation.
I think very much it being affordable as well, with the climate we're living in at the moment, it definitely helps knowing, you're putting food on the table for a reasonable price, and people appreciate that. And it's good, honest food. You can feed your kids, and kids are seeing it on social media, and they're getting excited about it as well. So they're not like, obviously everyone sees all the big brands, and now there's all these, jacket potato people out there, and we're giving them something that's healthy, and they want to eat it, and I think the parents appreciate that.
And Ben, I've seen your videos. They queue around the block to get to you. If people are in the mood to cook a potato tonight, of course, we don't want to affect your sales. What is your sort of top of the pop spud recipe? Give it to us.
Oh, it's all about variety. It's picking the right potato is really important. Get a nice melody or a cara or culture or something like that. Nice and big. In the oven, if you can. Hour and 20. Get a nice crispy skin on there. Loads of butter, loads of cheese, and a nice curry on top or something. That's my go-to.
Ooh. Now that was a final little curveball they threw at the last minute there, Ben.
GB News, the People's Channel.
It's 10 a.m. on Saturday, the 3rd of January, live across the United Kingdom. This is Saturday Morning Live.
Breaking news this morning, Venezuela has declared a state of national emergency after President Donald Trump confirmed that the US has carried out large-scale strikes on the capital of Caracas.
Now, President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country by the US Army's Delta Force. And Donald Trump will hold a press conference later this afternoon. We'll keep you updated on developments throughout the morning.
And the latest from South America comes as Iran opens fire on anti-regime protesters. Despite President Trump's warning, Washington is locked and loaded and ready to intervene.
Now, in politics back home, child rapists will be jailed for life under Reform UK's plans to crack down on grooming gangs if they come to power at the next general election. We'll be discussing those proposals and much more at the start of this momentous election year.
The biggest stories, boldest opinions and liveliest debates over the next 2 hours. I'm Sophie Reaper.
And I'm Charlie Peters. And your weekend starts here. Well, it's an extraordinary morning of breaking news. The breaking news is up behind us on that screen, and I expect it'll be there for the next 2 hours because the information coming from Venezuela this morning, Sophie, is extraordinary. For Maduro to be captured by Delta Force, taken to we don't know where, potentially Guantanamo Bay, potentially Puerto Rico. We'll get more details.
That press conference later today, isn't it? 4 p.m. UK time. We'll be hearing a bit more from the USA about the capture of Maduro. We'll be bringing you all the latest here, of course, on Saturday Morning Live and throughout the rest of the day.
I'd love to hear what you think about this intervention. Is Trump right to do it? What does it mean for Great Britain? Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves of anywhere in the world. What does it mean for us here at home and indeed potentially for your paycheck at the end of the month? Could this change energy bills? Send your views, post your comments. You know the drill by now, gbnews.com/your say.
Well, before we do anything else, here's all your latest news headlines with the lovely Sophia Wensler.
Charlie, Sophie, thank you. Good morning. It's just gone 10 o'clock. Your top story this hour. Now, as you've been hearing, Donald Trump has confirmed US strikes on Venezuela and claimed President Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country. Maduro declared a state of emergency after explosions and low-flying aircrafts were heard in the capital of Caracas this morning. The Venezuelan government said it rejects and denounces the US military's aggression. The Trump administration has accused President Maduro of heading a drug cartel and says it's cracking down on trafficking, which the president denies. Defense editor at the Evening Standard, Robert Fox, says it's possibly the biggest development in the second Trump administration.
There has been continuous pressure now for months, for 2 or 3 months, from America, mainly on the excuse or justification that Venezuela is a drug hub, a major source of drugs. It isn't quite as big as made out. But the main contention seems to be about oil, about Venezuelan oil, which Trump has accused has been illegitimately obtained, again, from other people, including American interests.
Meanwhile, Iranian security forces have opened fire on protesters last night, despite Donald Trump's threat to intervene in the rapidly spreading unrest. So far, at least 10 people have been killed and dozens arrested after a severe economic crisis sparked violent protests across the country. The US president had warned Iran earlier in the day that Washington was locked and loaded and would rescue demonstrators if Tehran killed any more anti-regime protesters. But Iran's foreign ministry condemned what they called intimidating remarks and threatened a swift, decisive and comprehensive response if the US intervenes. Now, sparklers on champagne bottles are the likely cause of a deadly fire at a Swiss ski resort, according to officials. The blaze on New Year's Eve in Crans, Montana, injured 119 people and killed 40. Pictures of teenagers still unaccounted for have begun to emerge, with a student who studied in England declared missing. 15-year-old Charlotte Needham, who holds French and Israeli citizenship, briefly attended the JFS School in London and Emmanuel College in Hertfordshire. In other news, searches for a third person have resumed after 2 bodies were pulled from the sea off the coast of East Yorkshire coast. Police were called to Withensea at 3:15 p.m. yesterday, where a 67-year-old man was pulled unconscious from the water and died at the scene, while the second person's body was recovered on Friday evening. Police say circumstances surrounding both deaths are not believed to be suspicious. And Gen Z and millennial couples are choosing dogs rather than having children, according to analysis by the Times newspaper. For many young couples, getting a puppy used to be a test before having a baby, but now some 34% of postcode areas in England have more dogs than children. The current estimate of about 13 million dogs in the UK is up from a figure of 9 million in 2019. The number of children, though, is about 15 million, but yearly growth has remained largely flat. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now it's back to Charlie and Sophie.
Thank you, Sophia, and welcome back to Saturday Morning Live with me and Charlie Peters.
Well, some breaking news for you this morning, of course, because President Donald Trump confirms that the United States has carried out large-scale strikes on Venezuela.
Indeed. President Trump has posted on Truth Social in the last half an hour saying that President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country.
Now, an ally of Venezuela, Iran, has commented this morning saying that the attack is a blatant violation of its national sovereignty and territorial integrity. We've also heard from Cuba denouncing this intervention from the United States. And in further breaking news just coming into us in the last few moments, the Venezuelan government has said that it does not know the whereabouts of President Maduro and his wife. That's come in from the vice president in an audio message sent to state TV.
And we're also just hearing in the last few seconds from the Spanish Foreign Ministry, Spain calling for the de-escalation and moderation and respect for international law in Venezuela.
And also that same vice president demanding proof of life for Maduro and his wife in that message to state TV. Well, let's bring in now the former chair of the Defence Select Committee, Tobias Ellwood. Good morning, Mr. Ellwood. Thank you for joining us on Saturday Morning Live. This is an audacious operation from the US government, with reports now that Delta Force were involved in extracting Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Your reaction to this operation today?
Well, good morning. Yes, from an operational perspective, this was daring indeed, and successful from what we understand. Quite incredible start to 2026. It was a heavily orchestrated air attack across Caracas. Then we see that President Maduro has now been captured. Astonishing developments from what was actually a simmering situation. Small vessels being targeted, oil containers and so forth, and now this. I've been predicting for some time that attacks on the mainland were very likely, but I was not expecting this so soon. And we wait to see the reaction from the Venezuelan people, the international community, and from within the US. And in all three cases, it may work actually against Trump. I mean, bombing another country's capital, kidnapping its leader, can rally the nation to support that leader, even if he's as unpopular as Maduro. The US will be criticized for deploying its superior military power, a return to gunboat diplomacy, if you like, a proof of double standards. China and Russia, I'm sure, will argue one rule for one, another for the United States, reinforcing anti-US narratives about its imperial behavior. You know, does the military superiority now substitute for legitimacy? Is this where America is now